Welcome to the See Life Different Virtual Summit. My name is Zaakirah Muhammad, and I am the host of the See Life Different Virtual Summit. Today is going to be transformational. Today is going to be majestic. Today is going to be everything that you need. We are very in tune to everything that's going on in the world today, but right here, right now, you are meant to be here in this space, in this present. This is meant to happen. The See Life Different Summit was created by me in 2021 after pivoting from the book called Seeing Life Through a Different Lens. It was based off of a book, based off of a podcast, and now it's a summit, which also in turn will become a regular thing. I am Zaakirah, and I have over a decade of experience of empowering women to literally see life differently. I share my story confidently as a cancer survivor of a rare childhood eye cancer. And ever since then, I've been empowering other women. I've been walking in my purpose, and today is your day and your time to shine. So today we have a lot of amazing information for you. So definitely make sure that you are paying attention. Definitely make sure that you are sharing your aha moment. Definitely make sure that you are taking notes. If you want to get access to the replays, if you want to get access and on the email list to connect with these powerful speakers, be sure to get your ticket by going to zakirahnayyar.com/see life different and then click on that option to purchase your virtual ticket. And you definitely want to purchase the ticket because not only do you get to learn how to automate your marketing, learn how to tell your story in a way that's confident. You also get access to breathing exercises. We need to learn how to take a breather. We need to learn how to retrain our mind to think more positively so that we can see more positively, so we can act more positively because everything starts from the mind. Your mind is so powerful that you don't even know it yet. We're also going to be talking about nutrition. We have a highly rated dietitian and registered nutritionist, YaQutullah Muhammad, who has over 2 decades, almost 2 decades of experience with nutritionists for all of the things, whether you want to be more plant-based, vegan, or vegetarian, whether you are a mom and you want to be more energized and eat more healthily, whether you are just wanting to have healthier goals within the next 365 days. Remember how I said we got to start with our mind, and then we got to start with our heart. We got to start with what we put in, so that we can really get out what we put in. Because then we're going to go into the nitty gritty of what it is like to share your story confidently, right? And then once you know exactly what your story is, it's my favorite part, the best part, how to utilize technology and automate your systems, automate your marketing so that you can have it with ease. Technology is not going anywhere. Social media is not going anywhere. And digital advertising is definitely not going anywhere. So this is for you if you are a creative side hustler who is ready to live that life of ease, live that life of freedom, live that life of peace, and while doing it healthily. So the See Life Different Summit was first launched in 2021 as a virtual summit as well, where we had over 20 speakers from all aspects of any area of your life, whether that was entrepreneurship, whether that was finance, whether that was parenting, whether that was just storytelling and branding and marketing, every single thing that you need to, one, have that sense of community of other women who are doing exactly what it is that you want to do. And two, the women who have been there, done that, and are actually happily will tell you how to do it. Not necessarily all the way how to, because then you got to invest in them in their services to get the real nitty gritty. But we're all about collaboration. We're all about community. We're all about confidence around here. There's no competition, collaboration over competition. And the seeing life through a different lens is also a podcast. So you can also listen to episodes. This is also going to become an episode. You can also listen to episodes by um, myself. I have a lot of self-titled podcast episodes, but a lot of them have maybe out of 100 episodes. We're celebrating 100 episodes. Yes, yes, yes. So out of 100 episodes, maybe about 50 of them have a guest on any aspect of life, any part of life that you need to be able to see life differently and be more empowered. And in addition to the podcast, it's it's the book, it's the podcast, it's the summit, right? So any realms of education that you love to entice and really educate yourself by actually taking action, that's what makes us different. All right. So without further ado, I'm ready to get right in. I'm gonna get right in, and we're gonna have Pamela D. Marshall. Pamela D. Marshall is going to be our intermission host. She's also going to be the one that brings you the peace and mindfulness and forgiveness. And she's actually the author of the book called The Art of Forgiveness. So I'm going to share her bio in just a second. Hold on. So for context, I have been in touch with all three of these ladies that have graciously said yes through all of the ups and downs of this event. I just want to take the time right now to acknowledge every single one of them. And maybe you may even hear something in yourself as well. But I want to take the time to acknowledge every single one of the women who have said yes through all of the ups and downs of this event. They believe in the power of sisterhood and the power of community. They believe in the power of Women's History Month. This is being filmed the Saturday right after International Women's Day. This is being recorded uh, in the month of March, which is also Women's History Month, among many other awareness months. And so I want to acknowledge all of the women who have been continuing to keep going and continuing to say yes, not just to themselves, but even to me. It's a shift going on, a change going on in this world, and we're all feeling it. And today is that safe space just for you. So then we got right into it. So Pamela D. Marshall is my good sister. We met through another virtual event that we both were asked to be a part of. And since then, it's been a major, amazing collaboration. So Pamela D. Marshall is a peace ambassador and the author of the book, The Art of Forgiveness. She is the 11th of 13 children. So she had the passion of sharing her wisdom through her practice, her Peace Takes Practice initiative. She is also the executive director of After Wellness Network, and she has over 20 years of experience as a host, as an actress, as a journalist, as a talk show host. So she's going to be sharing a lot of her experiences as well. And she's going to share the healing power of yoga as well and how you can really get the answer to all of your questions. The reason why you stay up all night, the reason why you wonder or play the same scenarios over and over in your mind. She's going to be that answer to every test and trial and being able to correlate between faith and peace becoming the true answer to freedom. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Pamela D. Marshall.
Hello, how are you? Thank you so much. I am excited to be here and excited for all of you who are joining us. As was mentioned, I'm the 11th of 13 children. I was blessed to have the opportunity to be with my first sibling who passed away. I have four siblings who transitioned. My brother, Albert, was the first of the siblings to die. We take these inhales and exhales for granted, and I really want you to focus on that today. Most people don't even think about their breath. We just do it, we're moving about, and we don't think about the incredible miracle of every inhale and exhale. When I was with my brother and he was in the final moments of life, I had no idea because I was believing for a miracle for my brother who had pancreatic cancer. And so as I was with him and we were playing a song that he enjoyed, a gospel song that he enjoyed, and as he was losing body function and his head was moving and I was trying to keep his head straight and just talking to him, encouraging my brother to stay on this side. In reality, we all are going to have to make that transition. And when my brother did that final exhale, it became clear to me how insignificant this body is to the journey. The journey is about the inhales and the exhales. I'm so thrilled that you are in this moment. And I want you to think about how often you think about your inhales and exhales. And so right now, I want you to take a minute. Just take a minute to be still. Feel where your feet are, your legs, your buttocks, your hands. Now softly close your eyes if it's safe, not if you're driving. And then I just want you to inhale. Just take a slow inhale through your nose to the count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now exhale through your mouth like you're making the H-A-ha sound. You know, when we were kids and we'd fog up the mirror or the window in the car when it was cold outside. It looks and sounds like this. Continue doing that, and then I want you to think about noticing your shoulders, because your shoulders should not be going up because you're breathing. That's creating tension in your neck as you make the ha sound as you're exhaling. I want you to think about just being mindful of what you are thinking about. I want you to think about what you're thinking about. Because we let our thoughts steal the precious moments of right now. Because we don't take time to think about what we're thinking about. And as you continue breathing, I want you to think about the miracle of your inhale. This inhale that's bringing in oxygen. It is allowing your blood to circulate through your body 3 times every 60 seconds, bringing healing. So as you are noticing your body, doing a complete body scan, anywhere there's tension, I want you to let it go, because you are impeding the ability for the blood to flow through your body. Now, as you're inhaling, I want you to be grateful for your heart. It is because of your heart pumping the blood through your body, feeding your cells. Every time you exhale, I want you to take this opportunity to release any negative thoughts that you may have. They got to be negative thoughts of the past, because right now you're enjoying the blessing of the moment. I want you to just stay in the blessing and be grateful for this moment. Continue inhaling and exhaling. Let go of judgment of why you're doing this. Let go of self-doubt of why you should let go of the past. And I want you to increase your compassion for yourself. And as you increase your compassion for yourself, you are opening up the pathways for you to have more compassion and acceptance for others. 2 more inhales. Exhale. Releasing carbon dioxide. Inhale. Exhale. Releasing all negative thoughts. Yep. And slowly open your eyes. How'd that feel? I also invite you to keep a journal, because this practice of peace that I encourage, I am a corporate mindfulness coach and the author of the book, The Art of Forgiveness. I know that in our efforts to release the negative energies of the past, that we have to call on every gift that we have. And my gift may not look like your gift, and your gift will not look like others. But you do have the ability to write. And if it's just writing the thoughts that you have, seeing them and understanding the significance of releasing them. You might want to do Zen doodling, just making designs, because you're releasing through the action of that motion. I go to football games, or I did prior to COVID with my husband. He's a huge Gator fan. And when I would see the unity of all of those in the orange and blue, and the unity of the opposing team in their colors, and I would envision all of those who are on the team of peace. Imagine peace ambassadors filling up the spaces that we occupy, whether it's stadiums, whether it's churches, whether it is on social media. Imagine only reacting to those things that bring you peace. When I am at an event and I hear the applause, I want you to just take a moment and clap. Because when you're clapping, you are touching all of the meridian points in your hands. And in moments when you feel uncomfortable, just take time to be thankful for the moment. And the way I'm going to be thankful for the moment, I'm going to clap. We've never seen a baby clapping and crying. And when you're doing that, you're creating wonderful vibrations that are going through your entire body, because your body is 65 to 70% water. And those sounds carry. I know if you're doing it right now, you can feel the vibration in your chest. There's your heart. All of your vitals that's keeping you alive is in this space. The brain is feeling. It's sitting in water. So as we're doing this, think about what you're going to be consuming today in the liquids that you drink. If you've already had your bath, drink what you took a bath in, because your cells need to be bathed with what the Creator created for your cells to have. And that's H2O. Not water that's in your tea, water that's in your coffee, water that's in your whatever the beverage is. Good, clean water. I love drinking alkaline water at the beginning of my day. I love starting my day in silence. You know why? Because silence is a language also. It is a language. And if we practice silence at the beginning of the day, in being available for the one who rotated the earth and the sun was revealed, that same one is available to download to you your instructions for the day. It's an incredible GPS system that came about way before the global positioning system that we know about. This incredible tracking system has a pinpoint on us 24/7 in every moment. And it is available for those moments when we have to say, help. That word, the vibrations from your words, creates energy that will come and bring you what you need. If you don't believe me, try it. This mind is so powerful, and our thoughts are so powerful. And the bedrock, the source of our thoughts, so powerful. Do you know that when the embryo is developing, that the tissues that help to create this baton comes right out of the heart? So there's scripture that says, guard my heart, guard my mouth, put a gate over my tongue so that my words don't set my path on fire. Your tongue and your words can set your path of life ablaze. That's how powerful our words are. So in these moments that we have, in being available to hear from these powerful sisters today, and my praise and uplifting of our sister who put together the Sea Life Summit, Sea Life Differently Summit, Zaakirah. Kudos to her for the vision and then acting on the vision. And I pray heapings of abundance as she moves through this journey of life for her obedience. See, because we all have an assignment. And some of you are watching and you have been urged to do certain things. And you have self-doubt because the Creator didn't give you that thought because there was not the tools that would be available for you to do it. You have those thoughts. That seed was put in you before the foundation of the world. You have a responsibility to act on it because there are other souls that need to hear you, that need to know and feel the light of your presence. That's why we're here, to share our light. It is so much negative that's available at any given moment. But negativity cannot stand against the bright light of peace. So as we start our moments of the day, imagine starting your day in silence and putting in your GPS, my destination is peace. Regardless to what happens, regardless to what is said to me, my destination is peace. Our practice of working toward this destination of peace in every moment is called Peace Takes Practice. When we think about athletes or musicians who practice, who have drills that they go through so that there is muscle memory. I play tennis. And when I heard that Serena Williams at her prime hit a minimum of 1,000 balls a day, I was like, well, I guess I'm playing tennis at the rate of the number of balls that I hit a day. Thus, when we look at our practice of peace, when we look at our practice of peace and what happens in our lives, whether it is in our personal relationships with our spouses, our significant others, our children, our co-workers, people that we greet throughout the day, but most importantly, when we think about the peace practice with the eyes in the mirror. What is your peace practice with the eyes in the mirror? I teach yoga, Bikram yoga, certified in Bikram yoga, and all yoga rooms, Bikram yoga rooms, have mirrors across the front. Because one of the practices is eyes on you, because you are your greatest teacher. When we accept that we are 100% responsible for where we are today, it is so easy to blame others, to blame the color of our skin, our gender, our economic status. I mean, think about it. African Americans, after the Emancipation Proclamation and during the Civil War, when they had no rights, after the Emancipation Proclamation, who had a degree? So don't let a degree be your stumbling block. How many could read? Don't let the fact that you don't feel like you can read as well as somebody else. Don't hold up on, I don't want to be the one called on to pray because I'm not wearing the collar. I'm not a theologian. They were not either. Yet, around the turn of the century, just a short time after the Emancipation Proclamation, these same people who had so many obstacles, insurmountable obstacles, As a matter of fact, those who were a part of the Emancipation Proclamation, it didn't happen because they wanted the newly freed slaves to excel. Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation at the urging of Frederick Douglass, who said, "Free the slaves and recruit the Black freemen into the Union Army." Initially, Frederick Douglass' request was ignored, and then the Union Army's military situation became so deteriorated that Abraham Lincoln declared the Emancipation Proclamation, and those same people who were held captives as slaves, who were not free in this country, fought for freedom. Those same people fought for freedom. And then even after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, there were things that put in place. The bloody summer of the 1920s, 1919, when so many communities, African-American self-sufficient communities, were thriving. Those communities were destroyed. Yet people still pushed forward. Today, pushing forward, even though under the DNA of fear of moving forward sometimes, and not understanding the power of the mind and how fear can encapsulate us, put us in a cocoon that we don't understand that we can come out of that cocoon and then come forward with the beautiful colors of the butterfly and the gracefulness. Even in those moments that you have where things have happened to you and you feel like it is so dark, I can't see, you still have your thoughts. You still understand. I want you to understand the power of your thoughts that can bring you to the light of who you were created to be. Do not relinquish your power to darkness. Do not relinquish the power of your mind to move forward. I just returned from an event that's part of observing Women's History Month and the Alachua County Democratic Women's event. And the conversations were about those women whose shoulders that we stand on, who moved through, even though they did not even have the right to express themselves in a vote. That those men who came from their wombs thought that they didn't have enough sense to know what to do with a vote. Those male children who were formed in the wombs of a woman came out and decided that a woman didn't have enough sense to understand public policy and have enough sense to cast a vote, that as long as the man in the house was voting, that man's vote represented everybody in the house. The women didn't stop. And we don't have the luxury of stopping today. Even as we think about the progress that has been made, the mind is much more powerful than any law that is currently on the books. Even all of the efforts to divide, create confusion, and suppress. We still have the power of the mind. Why is mindfulness so important? Why is creating a culture of peace so important? Why is understanding the power of equanimity so important? Because peace surpasses all of the chaos and keeps us on the path of achieving the greatness that we came here to do. Let me just tell you, if we relinquish our peace to chaos, then we're not available. We're not available to hear and to understand the power that we have. We're not available to hear and understand the power that you have. Take some time and go look in the mirror. And I want you to really look in the eyes of the one in the mirror and understand that you have a DNA appointed assignment. Just as every cell in this body has an assignment. The nose, all that was put together so that the nose could work, and the sinus so that you can smell and taste. Your tasting is not just about your tongue. Your smell helps you to taste as well. All that was put together for your ears and the eardrum and everything, those little fibers that help you hear. None of that is crossing over, trying to do the other one's job. The sensory that comes from vision, our touch, those assignments all come together and they work in unison and in harmony together to carry out the assignments. But the power of your thoughts and what you have been assigned to do, I want you to take some time and just examine what might be keeping you away from seeing you differently. I have a little 4-year-old grandson. We went shopping after the holiday, and we were at Dillard's, and things were on sale, marked down, and I was encouraged to come back the next day because things were going to be 75% off. Well, that's right up my alley. Little BJ saw a little costume that he wanted to get. It was Iron Man, and Grandma got it. So the next day when we went back for my 75% off sale finds, and he wanted to wear his Iron Man costume. It's not Halloween, but tomorrow's not promised. Absolutely, BJ, put on your Iron Man costume. Well, the day before, he had been there with the ladies working in the houseware department and where all the decorations were that I was going to take a look at. And as soon as he got off the elevator, he made an announcement. He said, "I'm back!" Said to those ladies, if you thought I was cute yesterday, take a look at me now. I got on my Iron Man costume. And oh, how excited they were to see little BJ now in his Iron Man costume and carrying out what he thought, what a 4-year-old thinks that Iron Man should be acting like and being. Because now he had on his Iron Man costume, and I'm back. I want you to put on your garment of greatness. I want you to make an announcement to the eyes in the mirror. I'm back. I want you to make an announcement to those who, regardless of what their thoughts were, I also want you to relinquish your concern about what others think. I don't know anybody. I can't have a conversation with anybody who will not have a list of people that they think don't like them. And guess what? All the people that you think don't like you, they have a list of people that they think don't like them. Guess what? That is such an insidious attack on the DNA of our purpose. How dare you be concerned about what someone thinks about you who does not control your inhales and your exhales? As a matter of fact, in those moments when those names come to mind of people that you have allowed to stand in the way of your purpose because of your thoughts of what they think about you, how can they have a thought about you that means anything? They didn't even make themselves. What is it that their thoughts can do to you? Their thoughts have no power over you unless you give it. And I am guilty of that. We all are guilty of that insidious, suicidal behavior, because we are committing suicide on our purpose when we are holding on to those thoughts of what other people are going to think. Scott and I were at a conference in Dallas, and as we were walking, no, it was Denver. As we were walking into the hotel, I said to him, "Oh, there's so-and-so. I don't know why she doesn't like me." And he didn't even look at me. He just said, "Hey, why do you care?" It gave me pause. Why do I care? My salary was not predicated on her. My career had not been predicated on her. My breath, most important. I don't inhale and exhale because of who likes me and who does not like me. I got to apologize and ask for forgiveness for allowing those thoughts. Because, see, while you're thinking about what somebody else is going to think, as I said, they're probably not even thinking about you. They're in their own head thinking about what other people think about them. So we have this lather of people who are all thinking about what somebody else thinks about them. And we're in this chaos, and we're missing out on fulfilling the purpose of inhaling and exhaling and enjoying the moment of the breath. It takes practice. Think about this breath. When we inhale, and the breath is doing all of the things that oxygen does for the body without our instructions. Imagine if we had to give the breath instructions on what to do. It would be people dropping dead faster than COVID, faster than people are being shot down with bullets. We're afraid about gun violence, but oh my goodness, and COVID and other viruses, other diseases. Let me help you understand that if you had to tell your body what to do when you inhale, you're so occupied thinking about other stuff, you'd be dead. And then when you exhale, you're exhaling carbon dioxide, because when you hold on to carbon dioxide, it's toxic to the body. But what you do have control over is holding on to toxic thoughts that are killing us every day, slowly, but with certainty, faster than any virus, any pandemic, and any bullet that could come through this window right now. Science research has shown that 61% of people who suffer from many illnesses, and cancer at the top of the list, it is an emotional disease. It is a toxic disease of unforgiveness. I do want you to get a copy of the book, The Art of Forgiveness, not just because I wrote it, because I didn't. It is a spiritual tool to releasing the negative thoughts of the past that's causing injuries to ourselves, because the body is keeping score. Our cells are keeping score. When we are holding tension in our bodies, the body is not able to receive the nutrition, the fresh oxygenated blood that the heart is working to pump through our bodies 3 times every 60 seconds. If we were giving the heart instructions, our minds are so cluttered, we couldn't even think to tell the heart what to do. And even though we're not giving the heart instructions, it's still trying to work in the darkness of those thoughts. thank the Creator that the earth rotated in this 24-hour cycle that brought us to seeing the sun again. And then the moon is still doing what it does. And as the earth continues to rotate. Now, the other thing that I want you to help you understand, when you understand the power of this body and the power of the mind and the power of the one that's making this all work, I want you to release the even word sunrise, because the sun does not rise. The sun has not moved since the Creator said, "Let there be light." It reduces the power of what is really happening, because the Creator is rotating the earth on its axle in precision that's creating all that needs to happen so that the earth can make that 24-hour cycle and we see the sun. It's not rising. So the same power that is keeping the universe in place is what's keeping you in place, is what is available to you for your thoughts. Regardless to what our spirituality is, we all have people in our realm of belief that received great wisdom from the Creator. And we read those words, whether whoever that person is, whether it's Yahweh or in the Christian Bible of Jesus, Yahweh, whether it's Muhammad, whether it's Buddha, whatever the spiritual practice is, some great Egyptian spirituality. If we think about all of that and the common thread to all of that, and relinquish all that divides us in the spirituality of coming to a place of peace. They all have that as a commonality. But it is also plagued with things that divide us. The universe is about peace and harmony. Confusion and peace do not go together. 99% right is still 100% wrong. When we come together with peace in our GPS, when we understand the power of this mind, how powerful it is. When the words were spoken, "Let there be light," the sun never stopped shining. When wisdom was given to great thinkers, to those that we quote today, whether it is Yahweh, whether it is Mahatma Gandhi, whether it's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whether it's Maya Angelou, whether it is our parents who gave us great words of wisdom. My mother was a stickler for the truth. She said, "You can sing a lie as well as tell a lie." My daddy left great wisdom. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen more than you talk. Those people who were given wisdom, are you pausing in your moments of the day to receive? The giver of wisdom and knowledge to Solomon didn't stop giving wisdom, did not stop giving intuitive gifts. It didn't stop, but we have to be available for it. There are times that we are in such a state of getting and being bombarded with so many things that may not align with peace, that it's hard for us to be in a place of receiving. There are times that we are so bombarded in our thoughts of complaining that we miss out on the gratefulness that is available to us in this moment. There's so many times that we have purchased once again a round trip ticket, a one-way ticket to the past by accepting a ticket to the movies of the past. When you do that, when you find yourself going into the movie of the past, just take a moment and write it down. If you don't have an opportunity to write it down, you have your phone. Speak it in your phone. And when you finish, say, "It is finished. That is over." And because I cannot buy a round trip ticket to the past, I can't change it. But what are the lessons that I learned from the time of being in that darkness? Because it said that the butterfly does not remember all that took place in the cocoon that brought it to the greatness of being a majestic butterfly. But there are lessons that the butterfly brings with it. Think about it. If the butterfly was carrying all of the remnants of that cocoon, it would not be able to flutter in its greatness. I want you to flutter in your greatness. One of the Egyptian teachings in spirituality. And I also want you to understand this universal law of love and peace. Shed all of the anything that divides us, whether it is man-made doctrines, anything that causes division is not in harmony with love and peace. In that practice, there are 40 laws of Mayat, and it speaks to the heart because our heart helps to guide us. And if you end up at the end of this journey and your heart is heavier than a feather, because the only way that we can be at peace that surpasses the chaos is that our hearts are as light as a feather. But we have to have a practice of peace. I hope that you will go to my website, PamelaDMarshall.com, and connect, whether it is your individual practice of peace or your business or a group of people, your church group, a community group, or your neighbors. Because we must understand that we have to have peace with the eyes in the mirror. And then we can have peace in the space that we call home. Because I will tell you this for sure. Until we take back our homes, until we find peace in the mirror, we can forget about finding peace in our neighborhoods, in the spaces that we occupy. Because we are peace. And your aura should reflect that. In our inhales and in our exhales, understanding how powerful it is. When my brother Albert, and I was also with my brother James Leroy, my third sibling to die, I was with him when he did that final. If you've ever been with anybody that's made a transition, it is a final sound of, and the body releases. When the mechanisms in this body is still beckoning another inhale. Think about that. How are you showing gratitude for the fact that there is a life force that is still beckoning another inhale? Because one day we all will do that. So I ask you, as you look at the eyes in the mirror, as you think about how powerful you are, how powerful it is to release the need to know why people do and say the things that they say, to release the need to understand why you care if they don't like you. Because you didn't make you. I didn't make me, and you didn't make you. We need to be concerned about that powerful force that's keeping this earth rotating in this very moment. That's what we have to be concerned with. That focus, refocus, relinquish that need. As we do, as we take our inhales and exhales and release those thoughts that prevent us from stepping out and moving forward. You probably can't tell me any stories about what it felt like learning to walk. But can you imagine that struggle that must have been? Sometimes you might have fallen and bumped your chin on the table that you pulled up on. You fell down on your bottom. And as you were taking those first steps, you may have fallen face down. You might have even cried a little bit. And then you looked up for that person in your life that was going to pick you up and stand you up again and cheer you on that you can do it. We don't know. We don't have any conscious memory of learning to walk. We don't understand why the body told us to skip after we learned to walk. Do you know that's a natural development? So the next time you see children skipping, don't tell them to stop skipping. Join them in skipping. Because that is a natural, innate ability that the body needs to do. It creates balance, it creates creativity, and you're using every muscle in your body when you skip. Don't tell the children to stop skipping. Join them in skipping because it'll help your balance as we mature. It will open up your portals to creativity as you are releasing the self-doubt, as you are releasing all negative thoughts and energy that does not impact your inhales and exhales. When we embrace the power of the breath, because the Creator who said, "Let there be light," also said, "Let there be you." So in your moments of self-doubt, I want you to return to that thought. The Creator said, "Let there be," and say your name. Let there be Pamela. Let there be Zaakirah. Let there be these other wonderful women who are going to be a part of this. Let there be light in all of the galaxies. Let there be the magnetic force that is bringing us together for this moment in time. This is a moment in time when those of us who are ready to step out in to who we were called to be, the source is available to move us and to orchestrate our greatness. When my brothers released that exhale, and with tears in my eyes both times, in disbelief, because I didn't want my brothers to go. But we all, and we've heard it if you've been to any funeral, a Black one in particular, inevitably the preacher is going to say, we all have to go this way. But while we're here, what is it going to look like while we're here? Every morning, I want you to get up and say, I'm back. I'm back. Then I am reminded, I don't see my little party hat here. You know how exciting it is for us to have a birthday. I usually have my party hat nearby. You know how good you feel when you have a birthday. Well, most people do. And if you don't, I want you to feel good. But I don't want you to wait till that one day. I want you to get up every day knowing that it is your birthday. It's your birthday, and I want you to put your party hat on. And I want you to make the announcement that I am back. Whatever happened yesterday is yesterday. And then, however awesome you thought I was yesterday, I have now come back. And last night wasn't my last night. So I am so thankful to be here again to carry out the DNA of my assignment, the DNA of my greatness. I'm so thrilled that I have the opportunity to share with others that we can have peace that surpasses the chaos. And you may say, but Pamela, you don't know what I'm going through. I don't have to. One of my daddy's scriptures that he would quote was, surely as a man is born, we are born into trouble, as surely as sparks fly up. You're not going to get through here without any trouble. Don't let that weigh you down. See it as an opportunity for you to break through that darkness and step into the light of gratefulness. I'm going to be grateful anyway. I'm going to applaud that I have the feelings to feel, and then I'm going to move through because my gratefulness will open up the portals for me to move past the darkness and refocus my thoughts on I am inhaling, and that's a miracle. Every inhale is a miracle because all that's functioning to tell the body to do that, that's a miracle. I'm inhaling a miracle. And as my body is intelligent enough to release the carbon dioxide, I am releasing any and all negative thoughts that are preventing me from moving into the greatness that I was created to be. Because my mind is powerful. I am going to put the things in my heart and my mind that will gird me, that will strengthen me. I will look to that powerful force that said, let there be you, and walk into that greatness. In our final moments, if you would just close your eyes with me and inhale. And now, as you recognize how powerful your inhale is, this intelligent life force, this intelligent energy, the same energy that's part of this great universe, inhales and the exhales. Whether you have a formal spiritual practice or not, just taking time to be quiet and inhaling and exhaling. Releasing all limitations and exploring the powerful connection to all living beings as you discover your destiny, your greatness. Inhaling, exhaling, slowly opening your eyes. In these moments, in every moment, I invite you to put as your destination peace. I'm Pamela Marshall, the author of The Art of Forgiveness and Expression of Peace. I look forward to connecting with you. Thank you, Zaakirah. I am going to tell you about this incredible woman who spearheaded this event. She is a very powerful young lady who came through adversities, who started her journey with a challenge. And thanks to her powerful mother, who recognized through taking a photograph of her that there was something different about one of her eyes. The lady who wrote the book, the lady who spearheaded this event, Zaakirah Muhammad, was challenged with a cancer in one of her eyes, a childhood cancer. And she lost the vision, the physical vision in that eye. But she was gifted with the intuitiveness and the powerful vision of discernment and understanding the power of her journey and her spirituality. She has worked on many projects across the country, including this See Light Different virtual summit that she has held in person and pulled together phenomenal speakers. And in this one that you will hear today, she authored the book, See Life Differently. She has a podcast. She is a creative strategist and a professional photographer and a digital marketeer. She works with entrepreneurs like you to confidently and consistently grow their brand. This challenge that was gifted to this baby that brought her to surgery at 6 months old and removing her right eye because of this rare childhood cancer tumor. Thank God for her mother seeing this. And Zaakirah's work to continue to bring women together and continue to help women of color who are differently able to and check the box of all diversities, helping them to move into their greatness. Because she herself has overcome many, many challenges, including cancer, autoimmune disease, and to establish herself as an innovative voice in branding and the marketing industry. She made history as a Black woman who is differently abled and checks off all of the diversity boxes, yet she is still standing. At the age of 5, her mom gifted her with a camera. She received her first digital camera in middle school. And by the time she attended a technical high school, she studied commercial photography, and she has never strayed away from her purpose in life. Later on, moving to Washington, D.C. to expand her education in professional photography and videography. She currently resides in the original Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, where she is involved in many projects there. She's traveled to 10 different countries so far, took her professional camera on most of her out-of-country travels to Ghana, West Africa, which was the first time that she had ever viewed, others had ever viewed her work as if they were able to travel on the trip. And as she has traveled, she continues to take her camera to help bring people there due to the way that she beautifully captures sceneries and personalities. She loves capturing the essence of humanity. As a people person and an empath, she wants her legacy to include the fact that she was able to see the good in you to help you live your best life and inspire you to step outside of your comfort zone. She is the author of seeing life through a different lens, a survivor's memoir on overcoming adversity and overcoming adversity with resilience. She also hosts the podcast called See Life Different. The visionary, with her incredible vision, and your speaker for this next segment of Seeing Life Differently, my sister, Zaakirah Muhammad.
Thank you, Pamela, for the amazing introduction. I'm over here getting chilled as well. Like, just thinking back, believe it or not, I've made it through 30 decades of cancer. Sorry, 3 decades of cancer, the age of 30 of cancer. And just thinking back to, wow, Z, you're here. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for choosing you today. And today is all about storytelling. And it's been on my heart to really share this story. This is a story that is not in the book, Seeing Life Through a Different Lens. And today is March 11th. March 11th, 2020 will go down as a day in memorable history. For me, it was the day, unbeknownst to me, that my divorce finalized. I was happily married for 5.5 years. And at some point, you know when enough is enough. So in Tennessee, in the state of Tennessee, you can waive all of the things. If you want to have an amicable divorce, you can waive the court, you can waive alimony, you can waive subpoenas. If you really want a truly amicable divorce, you can waive all of those things. Now, what doesn't work is that you had to call, because you're not coming into court to find out the final result. You're calling. Something in my intuitive spirit said to call the DA's office. This was March 17th that I called. I called the DA's office, and the assistant said, your divorce was finalized on March 11th, and we will mail you the divorce papers. My heart sank. My heart dropped. It took some time, yes. It takes some healing. It takes some grieving, because divorce is grief as well. Losing a family member is grief. Losing the life that you once knew is a level of grief. Just like we all had to go through a different change of life and change of scenery, March 17th, 2020. Look where you are now. You're here. So my name is Zaakirah, and I am also a woman of faith. My first name means the hereafter. My middle name, Nayar, which is what you see on the website and probably everywhere online, means bright light. My mother was very intentional on naming me, and the name goes a long way. And to be able to live your name out loud, that's your purpose. That's your brand. So we're going to talk about branding. What really is branding? And how do you combine your brand with the storytelling? So if you look and see, if when you're watching, you see the color purple everywhere. One, that's the definition of branding too, right? What's your favorite color? Think about your favorite color. But also think about the energy that your favorite color gives off. So for me, purple is actually a calm and welcoming and powerful color. That's the same energy I strive to give off when I am serving other entrepreneurs, marginalized women who know they want to tell their stories, who know that they want to publish that book, who want to start that podcast, who want to start that side hustle, who want to become millionaires. That's that same energy I give off. So over the course of, let's start with 18 years, my mom and I were both writers. How do we go through what we go through? How do we grow through what we go through? There's several ways that could happen. One of them is taking the time to just be quiet, sit alone, listen to your positive thoughts, or you can also write them down. Thank goodness for the power of technology that you can even type it out. My mother and I, we were journaling. We decided to write it out. Now, of course, my mother introduced me to journaling because she was the one who was journaling from the time of conception up until I was the age of 18. So by the time she received my cancer diagnosis when I was 6 months old, she actually received it at 3 months. She followed her intuition and took a photograph of me when I was 3 months old. Just like any mom with a newborn baby, just happily taking photographs of the baby. She takes the picture, and this was back in the day where it's not smartphone, it's not digital cameras. It's where you had to wait a week for the picture to be printed out. So that then and there showed that it's 99% accurate that something's not right. Instead of the red glow in the eye, I had a white glow in my eye. My mom took it to more than one doctor to really get a diagnosis because she knew something was wrong. The main pediatrician that I had at my 6 month checkup said, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's nothing. You're just a new mom. Don't worry about it. It's fine." Mm-mm. My mom listened to that intuition, that inner voice that will always give you the right answer the first time. Always depend on that first voice, not the second one. So then she gets a referral to a specialist, more than one specialist, and she officially received the heartbreaking news. Your daughter has a rare case of retinoblastoma. If this tumor is not removed, she could lose her vision, lose her hearing, or eventually die. Now, this was before technology in the late 90s. I gave away my age. I'm 30 years old. In the late 90s, technology was not as great as it is now. So back then, the survival rate to make it to the age of 5 with the rare case of retinoblastoma was 5%. I am a miracle, and so are you. Now, I share all that to say that there's always one story that you're going to have, the one pivotal moment in your life that will shift the trajectory of your life. It shifts the trajectory in the way you see things, the way you interact with people, and the way you even see yourself. Now, I want you to take a moment and think about what is that story for you. 9 out of 10 times, when you think about that story, and then when you correlate to what are you, if you could think back to ages 7 to 13, what were you doing? Before wife duties, before mom duties, before sibling duties, what could you do hours on end between the age of 7 and 13? Now, for me, I was introduced to a camera at the age of 5, but it was really by the time we started traveling to multiple US cities that whenever we visit family or have family gatherings, I'm the little historian. I'm the one that has the camera on my hip. My mother introduced me to a Kodak Polaroid camera. All she had to do was show me where the shutter is and show me how to take a picture. 9 out of 10 times, that's your gift right there. That's your purpose. What's the one thing you can do with ease that nobody has to teach you how to do? Of course, yes, as time goes on, education is super powerful. Education is what makes you the expert in your story, in your purpose. But think back between the ages of 7 and 13. Were you the one who was told that you talk too much in school? Were you the one who was told that you're always daydreaming? Were you the one who had to get your paper taken away because you were always doodling or drawing or doing something with your hand? Sometimes we get so wrapped up into the negative opinion, the other opinions, the negative thoughts, that we forget who that young girl is. You got to utilize your inner child. And I'm grateful to say that baby girl is still alive and well. So fast forward now, technology is up and coming. I am a millennial, so I was able to utilize technology to be able to learn and play, work and play. Libraries were definitely my best friend growing up. Through the libraries, I was able to learn for free how to use a computer, how to play games, how to type on a computer. All the skill sets that we utilize nowadays, right? Now moving into the next part, I want you to consider all of the skill sets that you've acquired in all of your schooling, all of them, even the ones that it only lasted 2 weeks. Look at all of the skills, write those out, and utilize that as a way to toot your horn. We got to start tooting our horns, ladies, because yes, we may have our sisters, our mothers, our aunts who will do it for us, who will always consistently show love, but you got to believe in yourself or no one else is going to believe in you. Think about all those skill sets that you've been able to acquire over the years and write those out. Now we're diving into the next part of your story, right? Narrowing down your story of how to tell your story. Now, maybe you're not you're the other way around. You're like, oh, I know, I'm a PhD, I'm good. I have no problem to my own horn. That's okay. Now we got to narrow it down to those who have no idea what it's like to get a PhD. What did you have to go through to get that PhD? Now we're fast forwarding to, let's say, high school. I went to 2 different high schools. Now, the powerful thing about when you have a good doctor that really can authentically see you and is a really authentic doctor, you stay where that doctor is. Whether that doctor goes into private practice or not, you go where that doctor goes. So 9 out of 10 times, not only are we moving a lot for good education, we're also moving for good medical care. So I often would go into multiple high schools. Now, I knew probably by age 7 that I loved the camera, the photograph, being behind the scenes. I wasn't really fully ready to be in front just yet, but I was not camera shy either. I loved being behind the scenes and utilizing the camera as my voice. There's a story that my mom would tell that by the time before I was even in elementary school, I refused to talk to people. I could talk. I spoke very well at a very young age, but I refused to talk to people. Why? Because I could see right through people. Just like even though I lost one eye, even though I can only see you in one eye right now, I have a third eye. So I see right through people. So being able to be introduced to not just the Kodak Polaroid camera, later on the digital camera, where you had to still wait a week for it to drop the film off at the convenience store. And then came the days of the digital cameras. And now here we are with smartphones. No matter what, it's always a unique vision, an intuitive vision that I was able to show through photography. So my first high school, I wanted the journalism program, which is ironic because I have an older sister who actually went to school for journalism, right? But that didn't work out. Instead, we transferred schools, we transferred cities, we went back to the doctor that saved my life. And this time I was able to get a technical education in professional photography. Now, this opened a world of new ideas, new possibilities, because here I am knowing, oh, I can actually make money from my purpose. The same thing that I enjoy doing, the same thing that light up my soul, I can actually utilize it and to pay bills. So now we're moving into the next part of your story in your paper, right? Now that you know what it is that you've done, that you have been enjoying doing from the ages of 7 to 13, and you compile all your skill sets and realize how they still both intertwine. Now we're trying to figure out, okay, I still have to pay my bills, I still have to eat, right? So fast forward, I'm getting more education, and this time, okay, I think I got it backwards. Commercial photography was in high school, professional photography was post high school, and by this time, video. I'm introduced to the world of videography. Now, a lot of projects that I had at that time were to tell other people's stories. We had to be documentary editors and producers and the writers, right? All the things, the creative, to take that creative energy outside of your head, because you got to get out your head, right? You got to utilize the creative juices. You got to let it flow like a river through any means necessary. So at this point, my slogan is I'm a creative by any means necessary. So by the time I get introduced to how to tell other people's stories through videography, this is the point where I'm in Washington, D.C. And I'm working with nonprofits, I'm working with women of faith, I'm working with small business owners, and I'm still lit up every single day because I realize there is impact in telling other people's stories. Now, I want you to flip that and think about the story that you've already overcome, the story that people come to you the most for advice on. That's a part of your story right there. That's a part of your purpose as well. What's the one thing or two or three things that people come to you for advice on? You, if you could talk about it for hours on end, what is that? Is it food? Is it art? Is it travel? Is it the adversity that you've been through? All right, so now we're getting there, right? So now we're kind of pieced together. We're thinking going backwards a little bit. We're staying present just a little bit, and now we're gonna foresee the future. We're gonna jump into the future. Okay. Now I want you to take the time to envision your future self. Envision your future self. It's the same thing that you stay awake daydream about, right? If you could envision your future self, where is she living? What is she wearing? Who is she surrounded by? And what is she doing every single day? Write down the day in the life of you. And utilize all the senses, all of the senses. Now, I've been blessed to go to 10 countries, but my goal is to go to 30. So I have a long way to go. The next goal is Kenya, because if I reflect back to 12 years ago, is when I first stepped foot onto the motherland. The motherland meaning Africa, West Africa specifically. Ghana was first and foremost. Having read those magazines between the ages of 7 to 13 and being so fascinated about where is this place, I finally got to step foot onto Ghana as soon as I was finished high school. It was a 2-month study abroad program and partial volunteer abroad where you get to make a difference as a teacher and to build a clinic. Now, my big-hearted empath self was super, super excited. I get to know people. And guess what? A barrier that was not really a barrier, which actually made all the difference in the world, is language. I now get to utilize the other senses, body language. And being in that environment really showed me my future. It really showed me that there is a purpose in continuing to tell other people's stories. But in that purpose of sharing other people's stories, we realize just how united we really are. Your adversities are the same adversities as someone else. My adversities are the same adversities as yours. They may be look different here and there, right? We all have the same blood. We're all living for the same purpose. So that's why we literally see life differently. See life through a different lens. So now I'm about to show you just a book. Show you my book. And this is the starting point. This is where you start. Because in order for you to really fully embrace that future self, you got to look back. You got to go backwards. Because what happens is there's so many things that you don't know that's holding you back. There's so many triggers and fears and insecurities and moments from your past that you wanted to forget as you were trying to foresee your future self. But they're not going to go anywhere until you really have that conversation with yourself, with a trusted individual, on what was that thing holding you back. Now, to put on this event was so challenging in a good way. Because what happens is when you follow your intuition and do nothing but listen to your intuition, you're going to come up with lessons and blessings all intertwined. But the choice you have to make is your why. Why are you doing this? And it's never about me, it's about we, right? Why are you doing what you are doing? So when you listen to your intuition, you'll actually be guided toward what you should be doing in life. If your question is, am I on the right path right now? Like, I'm so unhappy at my job, I'm so unhappy in my marriage, but am I really on the right path? Everything is one long road. You're gonna have to go through a roundabout. You're gonna have to go up a bridge, under the water, but you're gonna have to get through. You're gonna have to grow through what you go through. But the key word, keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. I know that was a lot to process. It was a lot to process. So I'm going to take a brief intermission and give you some words of affirmation. If you don't know about the love languages, definitely check out the love languages. So I'm going to read you a few affirmations. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, whatever you need to do. Put your phone away unless you're watching it on your phone, and just listen to these affirmations. Take what resonates with you. Okay? I am a woman of courage. I am bold and fearless. Nothing will be impossible for me. I am growing in faith. I am taking bold steps. I am a woman of vision. I am not confused. I am not disorganized. I walk with clarity. I execute with insight. I am a mentally stable woman. I have a sound mind. I am at peace and free of anxiety. I am calm, poised, and emotionally balanced. How did that feel? Yeah? Great. Because now we're going to get right back to work. Just to summarize every single thing that you've learned in this session about how to use your brand to tell your story, to more confidently and consistently utilize it by using this technology. Because we're only halfway through the session. Because next you're going to be learning about your nutrition, and then you're going to learn about how to use all of the technologies to actually put this story and have the content to use by automating your marketing. All right. So now that you've narrowed down the nitty gritty of your story, you've got the part that were pivotal moments for you that really defined the route that you've taken to really narrow down and get to where you want to be in the future. Now, all you have to do is break these pieces up, right? Because what happens is there could be so much that could be talked about. If you were in the, if this was literally us talking and we had that conversation and literally talking to us because it is a safe space, you probably would want to share all of the things, right? But what happens is we need to kind of break that down into pieces because every single aspect of your story was literally like a chapter in a book. So if you were to break it down to where you are now, how would you want to break that down? Right? So for me, right now, what I do as a creative strategist, as a tech consultant, as a travel um, documentary, like no matter where I go, no matter who I talk to, I'm always documenting the other side, right? Then you have to narrow down those three things of who do you serve? Who do you serve? Do you want to serve the younger version of you, the younger version that you needed when you were going through what you were going through? Who do you serve? Do you have a child with special needs where no matter what, right now your focus is on making sure that your child is well taken care of? Are you passionate about making that change, making that impact in the laws, especially the disability laws? Whatever it is that lights you up, those are the same people you should be looking to serve. Now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, but I mean, right now, I just work this job just to pay all the bills, and I don't really have the time or energy to do anything else. The question is, where do you see yourself in the next 365 days? Do you still see yourself at that job? Is that really what you want to do? Is that really what 7-year-old you would want you to be doing? Life is way too short, way too short. And sometimes we lose that perspective because we're just automatic robots right now. We wake up, we go to sleep, we wake up, we go to work, we go back to sleep, we wake up, we eat, we go to work, we fuss, we fight, we go to sleep, and we do it all over again. But at what point are you saying, this is what I want for myself in my life? When is the last time you've asked yourself if this is what you want for yourself in your life? Now, what happens is sometimes we have to look at what we don't know, right? We have to look at what is that one thing, if you could wave that magic wand and already jump forward to 365 days and be living at. Sometimes that's the story you need to tell. Because believe it or not, you will surround yourself with people who are going the place you want to be. You will surround yourself with the people who have been where you want to go. And remember that branding is what people say about you when you're not in the room, right? So the more you toot your horn in a way that shares the adversity that you've been through, really lets people in, and the road starts to close in, and you start to really go in the direction that you're meant to be in. I'm not saying that you're not meant to be where you're meant to be right now. We've all had to go through a few things. I've had to get my car broken into, my laptop stolen, my laptop misplaced. I've had to have work 2 jobs and at the same time, only to then spend 6 months at a time of having 0 clients. I've had to surround myself with people, surround myself with love and understand that that love is actually one way. I've had to give my all and only realize that it's not reciprocated. All these things kind of intertwine into your actual story. Now, your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room, right? So now you got to think about your legacy. This is my favorite question to end my podcast with. What do you want your legacy to be? Now, I strive to ensure that you are seeing the good in you, which empowers you to step outside of your comfort zone. So if you get nothing else from hearing from me today or going through my book, like seeing life through a different lens, or listening to the podcast, See Life Different, I want you to walk away with remembering and even put it on a sticky note, put it on an index card, put it on your vision board, no matter where you put it in some place where you can see it regularly. Even put it in this notebook that you review annually. What do you want your legacy to be? All right. I think we've got the nitty gritty. All right, so let me recap. So think about the woman you were between the ages of 7 and 13. What were you doing? What did you enjoy doing? Now think about all the accolades, the achievements, the education you've gotten. And remember, it doesn't have to be degrees or certificates. It can be as simple as you've overcame this adversity. Now write that out. And then we're going to envision the future you. If you were to combine all of those things together, we're going to envision the future you. And then it's going to take some time and some practice, but then you're going to be able to break those down and summarize those in ways that articulate who you want to serve. And no, I didn't exactly skip over the part about the whole branding color, because one place to start, yes, is to start with your favorite color. But also, if you really look at if you think about the people that you say to yourself, I want to be like her one day, don't use it to copy, don't use it to be envious or jealous of. Use it as inspiration by looking at what they've already been doing. Look at, write the names of, check out, use that. Let that be the only people you follow on social media, the people that you aspire to be like. Not to copy, not to get jealous of, not to be envious of, but to actually take a look at how they are doing it. And last but not least, I did not say this, but in order for you to be able to confidently tell your story, you're going to have to ask for help. You're going to have to ask for help. One of the things that I enjoyed doing growing up, there's a couple of books that my mom and I would recommend. But remember how I shared that we enjoy journaling. One of the ways we kind of get out of our heads and into our papers is by writing, right? So there's lots of fill in the blank journals out there right now. There's eventually going to be one to see life different, but there's a lot of journals out there right now that are fill in the blank. Fill in the blank by answering certain questions, such as, what do you want your legacy to be? So start by journaling, and also ask those same people who are close to you, who know you best, who will remind you of who you are and who you are aspiring to be when you forget. Because there will be moments that you will forget, because you're an amazing woman doing so many things for everyone else. So you're going to forget. Make sure you have that in the one place of what you want your legacy to be and what your best characters are about yourself. Okay? And with that being said, I can see right now that you are going to be confidently tooting your own horn. You're going to be posting more on social media. And as you go on and continue to listen to this session or watch this session, you'll also learn how to utilize it through all of the marketing systems that you're going to be learning how to use. I am so excited that you are here. You are meant to be here, and you are meant to walk in your purpose. And I want to end this by saying, you've got this. You've got this. As hard as it may be, as difficult as it may be sometimes, you've got this. Now, continue to let us know, all of us know, what your takeaways were. And definitely be sure to use the hashtag See Life Different. See Life Different Summit is the hashtag. So if you're taking pictures, you should tag us in the stories, tag us on all of our handles, and continue to also get your ticket, because getting your ticket will allow you to actually ask questions, right? Ask questions, do the work, get into the nitty gritty of your story, of what it takes to really open up and unlock the inner peace within you, what it takes to really open up and unlock the nutritional goals you have. And before we come back to Pamela Marshall, who's going to be giving us a little intermission of we got to get back to the breathing exercises. We got to get back to refocusing and recentering ourselves. I also wanted to let you know that what you eat has a huge role in your capacity level, your energy level, right? So with coming up is YaQutullah Muhammad, and she is a registered dietitian and a nutritionist. And she's also chosen, she's going to tell her story a bit more, but she also chose to be plant based. After one of her own health adversities, she chose to be plant based. And for me, I'm sure one of the first questions you actually had was, how have you survived so long and why do you look so good? Well, it's because of what I ate. A lot of times, my mom introduced me to a herbs. She introduced me to smoothies and introduced me to the power of hydration. Right? It's probably your second time hearing it. Stay hydrated. So we're gonna talk to YaQutullah Muhammad about all of that, and it's actually a fun conversation. So without further ado, I'm going to give it a few seconds, and then we're gonna bring up Pamela.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our See Life Different virtual summit. And Zaakirah, thank you so much for those beautiful words of wisdom and inspiration to all of those who are watching us live on many platforms here on Restream, as well as those of you who will be watching later. This summit, this gathering of very powerful, like-minded women who are encouraging and giving you the tools to be more mindful, as well as branding in your current business, where you may have one that you want to birth. You will certainly gain some wisdom and knowledge in how to move that forward. As I often say to individuals and companies that I work with, I am impressed with the amount of time that we spend working on our vision statement, a mission statement, or vision boards that we put together. And many times those things are done and we neglect the first work. And the first work is being available to do the things that the words that we put on the piece of paper. I have worked with individuals in helping them write grants. And I say to them, don't let me write something that you can't do. Don't let me commit you to something that you can't make happen. Because if you get the funding based on this is what you say that you're going to do, and you're not able to do it, there are consequences. So be ready to do what you write in your mission statements and the pictures that you put on your vision board. And how are you sure that you're ready to do those things? How have you prepared your mind and your body to be able to do the things that you say that you're going to do? How has your peace practice been? Have you started a peace practice? Should be the first thing that we talk about. In the book that I wrote, The Art of Forgiveness, it came about because of a conversation that I had with my sister who contracted polio in the 50s. And she was a quadriplegic for 3 years, 2 years, losing the ability to use her arms and her legs. And through fasting and praying, which is what I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and we didn't believe in going to the doctor. So my parents didn't take her to a doctor. But through fasting and praying, she regained the ability to walk. She had a determination. Her mind wanted to be up walking again. And she became an artist in her 50s. And in reality, she was always an artist. But the ability to do the work had not manifested itself because when I asked her, how did you become an artist? How did you know you knew how to do this? We were leaving a museum where her work was on display. And she said, when I forgave Ma and God for me having polio. And I couldn't understand how forgiving allowed her to be able to be an artist. I couldn't connect it. And when I awakened the next morning with tears in my eyes, hearing my sister's words and thinking, God, help me to release anybody and anything that I'm holding on to, because I don't want unforgiveness to put a kink in my ability to do what I was sent here to do. And what I was led to was this practice of mindfulness. I was led to Psalms 119, which is the longest chapter in the Bible. And there's a scripture that says, great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. There's a scripture in that talks about meditating, about releasing, about focusing on the things that matter. So as we continue this day of hearing these phenomenal women, I also want you to think about, what is it that I need to release? What is causing the kink in the flow of all of the things that I came here to do? How do I start to practice this mental discipline? Because we are pretty firm on whether we are in the practice of it or not, what it takes to get a six-pack, or what it takes to get the biceps, what it takes to get the physical muscles strong. I want us to now shift, what does it take for me to be strong mentally? What does it take for me to be strong mentally? How do I strengthen my mind? How do I strengthen how I manifest? And that is through mindfulness, which comes about through meditation, through being quiet, to understanding the power of releasing. In this journey, as you start your journey in mindfulness and manifesting. See, sometimes we're made to feel like that is a little woo woo woo. But the real woo 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 is when we're not living our purpose. That is the unfortunate part of this journey, is when we are not living our purpose. So, on your journey, understanding mindfulness and the powerful tool that it is, focus on that as we bring our next speaker on and grab those nuggets that will lead you to embracing who you were sent here to be and the greatness that's already on the inside of you. Zaakirah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so I am going to introduce YaQutullah Muhammad before we bring her on for a conversation. So I may or may not have shared that March is Women's History Month. March is also, she'll tell me correctly, but I believe it's a nutritionist month because we just had Registered Dietitian Day. And it's also the launch of 4-year anniversary of my own podcast, which now has over 100 episodes that talk about all of the things: nutrition, wellness, mindfulness, you name it. And so this is a complete honor to have her through all of the pivots that this event was supposed to be. Went from 2021 was fully virtual to it was supposed to be in person in Atlanta, because I'm literally right here in Atlanta from my sister's house in Atlanta, making this happen. Thank goodness for my sister. And Yakuza is also right here based in Atlanta, Georgia. So I was super excited to, if we were gonna have it in person, I was gonna get to hug her. But now we're gonna virtually hug. Now we're gonna virtually give her a hug. So let me go ahead and give her introduction, so you have the rundown of who she is. Okay. So YaQutullah Muhammad is the founder and owner of Nutrition Prescription, a nutrition consulting practice that specializes in recipe development and analysis, nutrition education, and women's wellness. YaQutullah has almost 2 decades of experience in dietetics, diet. Oh, sorry, I always get a tongue twister. My childhood best friend always gets on me about this because she's an RD too. Anyway, in nutrition, and she worked with patients and clients to improve their health related to chronic illness. And she offers all of the things. So she helps you with healthy recipes, interactive nutrition education, and she's so powerful about and passionate about nutrition. And she's actually going to break down her story of why she's so passionate about it. Because we just talked about that, right? Your story. What part of your story makes you choose the direction you want to go in your career? So she empowers you to learn and apply evidence-based nutrition to every aspect of your life, including understanding the connection between faith, health, and wellness. So without further ado, Yakutullah Muhammad.
Hey, greetings everyone. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Hey, happy afternoon. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank
We actually just came from a gratitude walk at the Bryant Baker Lake on McAfee. We're talking about how important it is to stay focused and consistent on what your goals are. And my goal was to at least get 3 miles in today. So when we got up, we were like, all right, we really need to get it done because we don't know what tomorrow's going to look like, right? And there's no better time than today, really. So,
Yeah, and I
um,
love that about you, though. I love that about you because you can tell us more. But when I think when we first got connected on social media, you were training for a marathon. I think you really enjoy the
half
outdoors,
marathon,
the
yeah.
exercising. So tell us more about that.
Oh, the half marathon. Our first half marathon was I think it was the Big Dog Marathon in Columbus, Georgia. This was back in, it had to be 2000, was it 2011, 2012? So yeah, that was our first marathon in Columbus. It was flat, but it require us a significant training, and it was our first one. So it was a great experience. It definitely showed you where you are, what needs to be done and where you want to be. So it was a blessing and a pleasure to do it with my husband. So that was pretty cool.
Right. I love that. I love that. And I feel like since you mentioned your husband, I feel like I want to congratulate you on just you have a is he 2 years old now?
He'll be 2 in May. Yes.
Two in May. Okay, well congratulations on that. And I want you to find a way to just intertwine your story with how did you get here to be the amazing nutritionist that you are now?
Okay, well, I started in 2005, Georgia State University, and then I did a master's program and graduated in 2007. So it was interesting because before that, we lived in South Georgia. So our family owned about 4 acres of land, and my dad was a butcher and he was a farmer. And I have great memories of really just growing up with animals and a farm and vegetables and having to be a part of that process, even growing up. Like getting out there and helping with the harvest, and it was just a very good experience, a very different experience than most kids have growing up. So I'm grateful and blessed to have that experience, and I think that definitely informed my choices and some of my decision around my career path as a dietitian. And a lot of people don't know this, but my dad passed of a heart attack when I was 12 years old. So seeing that and just wondering, wow, was there something I could do, or is there something I could do, career wise to help others. So that really got me, thinking. I got the juices flowing about, being proactive and what I could really do. So yes, definitely. And then, growing up, taking my career path and then really becoming heavily involved with, not just, my veteran patients, but my women veteran patients. And then, women in the community and seeing, the gap and the need really not just for nutrition education, but for, sound, culturally relevant nutrition education as it relates to women, Muslim women, women of color, and being a source of, a resource and a support to help them on their health and wellness journey.
And I want to give you a virtual high five, but let me make sure I'm leaning. Is it that way?
Is it
No, it's that way.
is it that way?
Okay, there you go. High five. And so that's amazing because that you've been able to take action because one of the first things that I'm thinking about is not only just in my own story as well of just knowing how prominent diabetes is, diabetes can be passed down. And actually in my own family history, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather passed of cancer,
Oh
right?
wow, my
And
condolences.
so it's like how can we continue to see nutrition differently, not just to eat to nourish, but how can we really see nutrition differently?
So a lot of it is really looking at where you're starting. What are your goals? Where do you want to be? And I ask all my clients this, right? When we do, intakes, we do, our discovery call. I basically ask them, where do you want to be? What's one of the biggest struggles you have? What's the missing piece in your strategy, right? What do you want, really? And let them fill in the blanks, right? And then that helps to inform me how I can better serve, how I can bring, resources and value to help solve, the or provide a solution, and really just looking at it, as a investment, as a way of improving your overall quality of living. It's interesting because a lot of people say, oh well, we're all going to die, or none of us are going to get out of here alive. But it's also about the best quality of life that you can have, right? And I see so many people, yeah, they're living, but they're not thriving. So you want to ask yourself, what can I do to improve my quality of life so that I can thrive? That's what I want to be, right? That's where I want to be. I want to thrive. I want to live my best. I want to be here for my family. I want to feel good when I get up in the morning. I want to be able to take a run. take a stroll, you know what I mean? And then looking at, where do you want to be and what does that require on your part? And it doesn't have to be difficult. It really doesn't have to be difficult. It's interesting because, I had patients, with diabetes, of course, and they all come to me and they're like, I don't, want to be on insulin, or I don't want to be on medication forever. That's a decision you have to make, right? That's a conscious effort. It's a conscious decision you have to make and ask yourself, what do I need to do? Right? Because it is possible to come off medication, but you got to want it, right? You got to want to do the work, right? You got to know what needs to be done and then have somebody there who can help guide that process, right?
Yeah. And so that's what's resonating with me the most because in my book, Seeing Life Through a Different Lens, we kind of start there. My mom, started this writing. First, she observed that after my radiation treatment, I just was not eating. So she actually went to an herbalist that was able to find herbs, mix it in a smoothie so I don't get distracted by it because here I am, not even 1 year old, being able to start that young with herbs and making that intentional choice. So then it was a whole different choice. By the time I turned 18, they were like, okay, no, I am going to choose to be, 98%, vegan. So what was that decision? When did you first start and what did you, what was that roller coaster experience like to make that decision to choose to eat healthy?
I mean, it's a daily decision. You know what I mean? It's like I said, it's about where you want to be, how you want to feel, identifying foods that you enjoy, foods that you like. Because one thing I'm not going to tell you is to eat a food you don't like, right? But I'm going to encourage you to explore different foods. So many of us, the exploration piece of it, like, hey, let's try different ways to prepare a food, or let's try different foods that we haven't tried before. At least try it once to see if you like it. You know what I mean? I have people say, well, I don't know what that is. What is that, right? So I actually take them to through the process of what it is. This is what it is. This is what it looks like. This is how you can prepare it. Try it out and see if you like it, right? And then really looking at where they are as a person, right? Taking into consideration not just okay, what do I look like, but how do you feel, right? And what matters to you, right? Where do you want to be, right? And then steps to get you there, right? To identify specifically what your nutrition strategy could look like, right? So that they can actually fit you. It's not for everybody else, right? It's personalized for you. So that's really what we strive to do.
I love that, and I'm starting to get some ideas of what the audience questions would be like, especially for those who are chronically ill, who have, for example, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and how does your story also intertwine with those who um, polycystic ovarian syndrome, any autoimmune illness, to really once again, I feel like that's the theme. See life differently with their nutrition.
Seeing it differently, really surrounding yourself with those who can help you see what it might look like differently, right? Help you explore opportunities, help you explore the positives, help you explore what you can control, what you actually have control over. That's a big piece of it. Because sometimes, with chronic illness, you feel like, oh, I don't have any control over anything. I just have to make these doctor's appointments, or, they tell me to eat this, but, what are my other options? And having someone who can actually explore what those options look like, right? Who's open, who's invested in exploring what those options look like, right? And just being able to, help you, down that path, help you explore what your nutrition strategy could actually look like, right? Tips, recipes, really what does that strategy look like? I came up, there's this plan I did, and it basically, identified, several foods, anti-inflammatory, different foods as part of a meal plan. But it was interactive, right? So it's a meal plan that you get, and it has like 7 days, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and snacks. But then it also has hyperlinks on each food. So if you were to click breakfast or lunch or dinner or soup or salad or whatever, it would actually take you to other options based on, what your dietary prescription is, right? What your nutrition prescription is. So, vegan, vegetarian, plant-based things like that. So it's really, I find that it really resonates with my clients because it allows them to see life differently. There you go. It allows them to identify additional options, right? There's no one size fits all. There's no cookie cutter answer, right? And sometimes we have to pivot. We have to kind of navigate based on what life throws us, right? And being open to the possibility, I think, is a big piece of it.
Yeah, that's what's crucial. And what's coming up for me is the YouTube gurus, right? There's so many that will go to YouTube. They want to handle it themselves. They want to watch the films, like what the health. They want to, subscribe to the magazine called Forks Over Knives, for example. But what's your honest opinion about those type of scenarios, right? Those type of people who every single year, New Year's, a new quarter, new solstice, and they're like, I'm gonna eat healthily. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. What is your honest opinion about those?
I think the people who want to get healthy every year, that's great. I want you to be healthy every year, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And there's a lot of good information out there, right? But you want to make sure that you align yourself with information that is beneficial to you, right? Information that's evidence-based, information that has been vetted, right? Information that's actually beneficial to you and won't be a detriment to you, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that'll sell you things, right? If you're going to buy it, right? But at the same time, you do have a lot of really great, information out there. You have a lot of great reading materials and things like that. But I think it's really interesting or really important that you align yourself with someone who can actually help you navigate kind of navigate those waters, right? So yeah, you want to be healthy every year, that's fine. You want to be healthy, but you don't want to jump off and jump on and jump off, right? You want to make sure that yes, you're open to exploration, but ultimately you find something that is sustainable for you. So you're not having to jump on and off every January, right? And it becomes more of a sustainable lifestyle. That's the goal, right? You find kind of what works for you, and you use that strategy. You can add to it, you can take from it, but you want to make sure that it is something of a consistent or solid foundation, right? So I think that's what we look for in life.
I love that. And so, what aside from your own resources, but maybe think back to when you were still um, growing into the RD that you are today. What are some of those resources that really helped you along your journey?
Wow, help me explore. There's a lot of resources out there. I really, really loved, of course, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. They have a lot of great resources, especially for education. Really diversified dietetics is another organization that actually has some really great information, some really great resources, especially when it comes to educating your clients from different backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, people of color. So you really just want to look at what's actually out there and what resonates with you based on where you are in your journey. Like, what can you take, right, from the good that's going to benefit you, and be willing and able to leave what does not benefit you, right? And then making sure, you journal it, you write about it, you really think about how your nutrition makes you feel, right? How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel good? Does it make you not feel good? And what needs to be changed about that, right? So what does that journey look like for you?
Mhm. Now, speaking of journey, I know fitness does play a huge role. Like even for me, I think even lately, I choose to eat healthy and not work out. But at the same time, literally just past weekend, I was out and about. Like I'm here in Atlanta and I'm out and about. And so I did both. I was moving a lot and I ate healthy. And so I slept really, really good.
I know you slept really, really good.
Yeah, yeah. And so that's in the question. Like, although you um like you're the perfect example of like it utilize nature, be outside. But what are your tips for also those who are entrepreneurs who actually are in or wanting to be, they're passionate about the fitness slash health industry? What are your tips for those women?
So you're passionate, right? The question is, what are you passionate about? Like, what aspect are you passionate about? Do you enjoy specific physical activity, right? And then making sure that you schedule time, because, just like eating and nourishing your body, physical activity, getting it in is also a form of self-care, right? There's a big discussion about self-care, right? So I always approach it from a standpoint of, am I dedicating time to eat well? Am I dedicating specific time to exercise? And making sure that I build that into my day, just like you build everything else into your day, right? Your health and fitness can't take the back burner to everything else that you're doing. So it's important that you schedule that out. You block time for that, even if it's just 30 minutes to get your walk in the morning. Okay, great. In the afternoon. Okay, great. Maybe you do something in home from YouTube, or you hop on your bike, right? Or you hop on your stationary, whatever your activity might look like. You might do a morning yoga session, making sure that that is something that you dedicate. That's your time, right? So in a way, you want to make sure that you block your schedule, you claim your time for whatever that is that brings you joy, right? Activity, I love to run. I walk around the lake. It's a way to recenter, refocus, and then really prepare me for whatever, the rest of my day might look like. And I find it easier to get it done earlier in the day because you don't know what your day will bring. So really consider blocking it out. Hey, this is my meeting, just like you meeting all day long, right? My meeting for me, nobody has to know what it's for. Oh, sorry, I have a standing meeting at this time. Finish in the conversation, and you make sure that that's your time to dedicate to you.
That's important right there. Just really having the meeting for me time
Mm-hmm.
and being able to keep that and not break that. I think what happens with us as women, we will bend our hips. I would say that, not even the back, bend the hip to say, oh, well, okay, so and so needs me. So, what have you observed, or even your own story? I want you to tell me more of your story of what were the moments for you where you realized you were bending your hips and almost breaking your hips, for others before you knew you had to prioritize yourself.
Hmm. Um, when you have a kid, life hits differently. So, as a mom, asking for help, ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Um, Making sure that you build your team, you build your wellness squad. You say, hey, I need help with this. Being willing and able to delegate and say, you know what, I need this run this morning. I'm going to take this run this morning, right? And looking at, identifying support within your team. I think that's really important. And it might not be a family member, it might be a friend, right? But knowing that if you don't fill your cup, if you don't fill your vase, then you can't serve anybody else. How are you going to be helpful to anybody else if you can't show up, feeling well, feeling your best, right? I feel great when I get my run in. I'm like, oh man, I can tackle the day. This is great. Whatever that looks like for you, right? Taking the time to ask yourself, what does that look like for you? Because it might look very differently for everyone, right? I remember having to reach out to my sister and said, I want to run Peachtree this year. In the first year after I had my baby, and I was like, dude, I'm going to run Peachtree. Can you please come over and keep the baby? And she did, right? But I had to plan that out. Like, know that you have to plan this stuff out. You can't just run up on it and think, oh, no. Look at what your squad looks like. Look where you can ask for help, and don't be shy about asking for help, right? Making sure that you identify what makes you feel good and doing more of it. I don't know how to stress it more than that.
Point blank period.
Bam.
Now, what maybe one recipe that, because we all have comfort food, right? We're both, Muslim women, and culturally, that comfort food is something called a navy bean pie. right?
Ooh, really?
It's,
Navy bean. What? You already know that. And a large part of our community, yeah, that could be one of them.
So what's another one?
Sweet potatoes,
Sweet potato pie.
sweet potato souffle, sweet potato pie, what bean pie? I mean, some good. The navy bean soup is pretty good, and I've seen several versions of it.
So
um,
everything. Yeah,
comfort food, psh, mac and cheese
with actual mac and cheese.
with actual mac and cheese. I'm
Did
talking
you
about
know?
all comfort food. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you what my clients tell me what their comfort food is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mac and cheese is still a winner,
just
and
know what.
even lately, people have been coming to me. My own friends and family member have been coming to me about how are you eating so healthy? What do you do? What do you do? So, I mean, I'm not an OD, obviously. That's why you're here, so I can send them over to you. But, I would happily tell them, like, nutritional yeast works to me. You know,
I love nutritional yeast on popcorn.
now
Absolutely.
what is that? Maybe you can explain it, because maybe some people can answer that question. I can send them to Amazon and tell them,
You
what
said
it is.
send them to Amazon. So nutritional yeast, it's pretty good. It actually tastes pretty cheesy. It's actually very high in like B vitamins, but basically it's a seasoning. And some people prefer it because it's a vegan option. It has a cheesy flavor, but it's actually nutrient dense. So you can actually add it as a flavor to your quiche. You could add it to your popcorn as a flavor option, but it's also rich in B vitamins. So you can get it at farmers market. You can get it at Seven Andes. It's one of your options for flavorings, and it's an alternative to salt. So as we know, hypertension is a real issue. So you want to kind of explore your flavorings, your spices, your herbs that you can actually flavor your foods with, and nutritional yeast is one of them.
Yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense. And now I think we're almost at the end of the conversation. And so my fun question for you, it's fun but not fun. But if what is your um what do you recommend, especially since right now we're filming this in the month of March, and this is um about to be the holy month, but also it's intertwining with all of the faiths right now. It's Lent,
Ramadan, yep.
Lent,
Lent.
Ramadan. So what is your recommendation for fasting? Because there's lots of ways people do it, right? So what is your recommendation of fasting and why people do it?
I mean, people do fasting for many different reasons. People fast, and not just in the Islamic faith tradition. People fast, within the Catholic Church, within the Jewish community. People at the beginning of the year, they do a Daniel fast, and some of the, Christian communities. So it's many different reasons why people fast. So my first question to you is, why are you fasting? What's your why? What's your intentions behind fasting, right? And let that inform you how you're going to fast. Some people fast where it's a total fast and they don't eat or drink anything. Some people fast where they fast from certain items, right? So, for 21 days, I'm going to cut out meat, right? So I'm actually eliminating specific items from my diet, right? Some people fast, but it's more of a juice fast. So they're not really eating solid foods. It's only, plant based. So it's really, the question is, how do you fast? What's your motive? What's your intentions for fasting? I know in the month of Ramadan, it is a total fast for 29 or 30 days. So you want to make
From
sure,
sun up to sundown, not like for the entire 30 days.
in about what, 2 weeks we got,
Yeah,
and we're going to
yeah.
be fasting for 29
I
or
just
30
want to make
days.
sure, because the way you said it, I know, because I know, but the way you said it was like we fast for 30 days. We don't eat for 29 days.
Yeah, but when I say a total fast, that means you're fasting from sun up to sundown,
There we go.
right? So, and you have open window hours where you're eating, during your non-fasting hours at night, um, up until, early morning. You do have a window where you're eating. right? But then it becomes important to make sure you're eating the best foods to help fuel you, right? And to renew your intentions. Because what it is, you know, the holy month of Ramadan, it's really about the revelation of the Quran, which is our holy book within the faith, Islamic faith tradition. That's what it's really about. And then through that revelation, we have the discipline of fasting, right? So you want to look at it from not just, oh my God, I'm fasting, there's no food or drink during daylight hours, but you also want to look at it as a spiritual renewal, right? That's what it's really about. You're really taking stock, really asking yourself, you know, hey, where am I? Where do I want to be? Being mindful, being reflective, and making sure that you set your intentions about what you want to get out of the month, right? And then we focus on nutrition, you know, hydrating during non-fasting hours and things like that. But it's really a point and an opportunity for a spiritual reset. That's really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And people say, "Oh, I want this Ramadan vibe to last for the whole year. After my 29 or 30 days, I want to continue this because it's such a blessed time. It's such a blessed month, right? We get so much out of it, and it allows us to focus more. We're not eating during the daylight hours, so what are you focusing on? That's the question. What are you getting out of it? How are you being more mindful, you know, focused and centered, and really benefiting from the month?"
I love that. And what's also coming up for me is that's true. Like you spend less time trying to figure out what am I gonna cook, what am I gonna eat, what am I gonna cook, and that's reminded me of I had a godmother, um, who we always admired her health goals, but one she was truly holistic to the point where she actually chose a raw food diet. Now I didn't really get into the nitty gritties of like how did that happen, but what of course this is another one of those diets. And have you tried it? And what do you recommend for those who prefer raw food diets?
I recommend you ask yourself why you're doing it. Number
Mm-hmm.
one, always ask intentions. I ask your why. I ask, what are you getting out of it? Like, what prompted you to do it? Some people have a health scare, or, you know, I just want to include more, you know, raw foods into my diet. I want to eat more, you know, fruits and vegetables and things like that. What's your philosophy? Like, some people have a specific, you know, vegan philosophy, right? I'm going to be vegan. But that takes time and preparation, and you really honing in and being passionate about your why, right? You know, I love raw foods, but my diet is not my diet is not totally raw, right? So again, I think it's important to realize that it's not cookie cutter. It's based on what you want to get out of it. It's based on your overall health and wellness goals, right? And then making sure that you're preparing um, appropriately. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we get in it and we say, oh, yeah, this sounds like a great idea. But then you actually test it out and you're like, you step back and say, this might take a little more preparation on my part, or I might need to do a little more research and see how I can actually get all the vitamins and minerals that I need, right? How can I plan accordingly to make sure if I'm going to do plant-based or eating raw, whatever your dietary philosophy or nutrition strategy is, that you're preparing accordingly to support your overall health and wellness, and not just because, oh, such and such is doing it, right? You have to examine your why and making sure or ensuring that you're getting everything that you need, and reach out for support, because there are people that are doing very well, right? You know, professionals. Reach out, make sure you have a member on your team that can help prepare you and inform those decisions so that you can be successful in whatever program that you undertake.
Mm-hmm. Got it. And one last question that the audience is asking is, what about meal prepping?
Yay, meal prep. Meal prep is great. It's funny because I was just talking to a client the other day about meal prepping and say, yeah, we love to meal prep. It's great, but you have to be open-minded, right? Some people don't like to eat the same thing for 5 days. Some people say that's unrealistic, right? I'm not going to eat the same thing for 5 days. So you want to ask yourself, what am I meal prepping? What do my recipes look like? Do I have a plan when I actually go to the grocery store? How long am I doing this, right? So that you, when you do bring those foods home, you know exactly what recipes they're going into, and you can reduce food waste, right? Yeah, you can do more plant-based. That's great. But identify, if you are going to do meal prep, How am I prepping it? Does my kitchen have what I need? Do I have the supplies and appliances that I need to meal prep? And then identifying foods that you're actually going to eat, and that it's not going to go, raw, or it's not going to go bad, or you have to throw it in the trash can. You want to definitely make sure that you're identifying for how many days you're going to meal prep, what type of meals, so that when you go grocery shopping, you have a very specific plan, right? It takes time. It takes focus, but it doesn't. It's not impossible, right? It's very doable. You just have to have a strategy going into it. I think that's the biggest piece of it. And I meal prep during the week. It's just easier to have a theme, to know when Tuesday comes, this is what we're eating. When Friday comes, this is what we're eating. It just makes it overall easier to help streamline that process, especially in a month like Ramadan. So I'm not thinking every single day, what am I cooking? No, that first week is already, we know A, B, C, D. This is what we're doing. It's already planned out. I'm not spending hours in the kitchen. If it's not 30 minutes or less, it's a wrap, because I have other things I need to do, right? I need to focus on, my schedule. I need to focus on my worship. I need to focus on my family. So if I can streamline the, nutrition and the meal planning part of it, that actually helps me overall, because that's less time that I'm spending in the kitchen. So, and we talked all about this in our Taste of Faith class. We did a 4-week, and next week is our last week, a 4-week Ramadan prep. It's called a Taste of Faith. And we talk about, meal prep and, prayers and everything about Ramadan as we welcome Ramadan. And the ladies are really getting a kick out of it. Some of the resources that we shared. So
I love that. And this is actually a really good conversation, because there's so many people struggling right now, especially with going to the grocery store without a plan. And then next thing you know, they're cheating. They're cheating themselves.
they're
So
cheating and they're upset and they're frustrated because they're like, you know
yeah,
what, forget it. Just order Grubhub. Forget it. Throw in the towel, because we didn't
yeah,
prepare for it, right? Some of us don't make a shopping list when we go grocery shopping. So we shop and impulse items and, stuff we don't have a recipe for. And then we get home and we're looking at it until it spoils on the table, right? So yeah, a plan
yeah,
is a
yeah. That's super important. And I'm reminded when I grew growing up, my mom actually introduced me to reading labels. Like some people don't even like going to the grocery shopping with me, because I'm gonna take a look at everything,
exactly.
everything. I'm gonna look at the labels. I'm gonna look at if it's truly organic. I'm gonna look at all of the things. And so, what is a way for people to see differently? Like if they're around people who are like that, what is a way to have people, see differently around that? So kind
About
of,
reading labels.
so yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of the label reading process. Of course, when you read a label, you're looking for what saturated fat, cholesterol. You're reading your ingredients. You're looking for fiber, protein. There's a lot on that nutrition facts label, right? So, I mean, the biggest thing is, of course, really when you approach it, you're looking at, hey, how can I reduce things like saturated fats, added sugars, and my sodium? Those are big ones, right? So you're really just looking at how to streamline that process. What do I need? Like, do I need to reduce sodium? Do I have hypertension? Do I need to increase protein, right? And what are some of the higher protein foods that I can include in my diet, right? What are we looking for? And not make it, super difficult. It really doesn't have to be difficult. It just has to be something that you put in place and that you keep it or you form it as a habit, right? So we're looking at, okay, salt, sodium, fat, fiber. How can I improve my fiber intake? A lot of us don't get 28 to 35 grams of fiber for the most part. So how can I increase fiber just step by step, portion by portion as I plan my meals, right? So looking at that. So it really just depends again on what your nutrition strategy is. What are you trying to get out of it?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, I think I'm acting for me now, because I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, and the minute you mentioned the word fiber, um, I thought about how, literally, like you said, if I don't have enough of that fiber, I don't have bowel movement.
You
I
will
do not
not
have
have
bowel
bowel
movement.
movement.
Yeah,
And that's not nice.
no, it's not. And I too realized that if I don't have a bowel movement that day, I'm more tired, I'm more cranky, I'm more irritable. And I think that's the most important thing of like um, what what one thing for people to keep in mind when it comes to bowel movement health.
Bowel health is really important. Gut health, really important. Making sure, are we being active? Are we getting enough fiber in our diet? Are we staying hydrated well enough? Those are three things that actually contribute significantly to your bowel health, and making sure that you're not constipated, making sure that you're having regular bowel movements, right? That's really important. Looking at the importance, and someone mentioned the importance, of course, impact on our mental health, and I actually have resources around that. Really just looking at the importance of eating certain foods that actually help positively impact our mental health, right? We all know the importance of antioxidants, especially for in your condition, or your case with the PCOS. Specifically, what's recommended is anti-inflammatory. And what that boils down to is less processed foods. So somebody mentioned, shopping on the outskirts of the grocery store. Some people don't shop at grocery stores. Some people shop at farmers markets, right? I think the key point to drive home is to include more plant-based options in your diet, right? Making sure that you are, again, limiting the amount of ultra processed foods, the excessive amounts of added sugars and salts and fats, to really get back to the basics of eating well and what that looks like. Whether you shop at a grocery store, or you're at a farmer's market, or you order for delivery online, right? Having that core, having that foundation of what your nutrition strategy is going to look like.
Mm. Now, I'm thinking about our family members that have diabetes, had passed from diabetes, had passed from heart attacks, and especially in the Black community. Like, also that's partially, for those who don't know about polycystic ovarian syndrome, a lot of times there's different kinds of polycystic ovarian syndrome, and one of them can actually have you borderline diabetic. And so I'm really thinking about, if you could just say it in layman terms, of really the impact of sugar in our bodies, and how that affects all of us.
Excessive amounts of sugar, and where the sugar comes from, right? Again, back to reading your labels. How do you know how much you're eating, right? Read your labels. A lot of things have added sugars, right? So when we're looking at overall, we're looking at how much sugar is in our foods. Your sugar impacts everything from your blood glucose levels, your weight, okay, inflammation. There's so many different things that, if you're looking at excessive amounts of added sugar, or consuming excessive amounts of added sugar, can actually impact, overall health, right? So we're not talking about, oh, I had a little fun size candy bar. We're talking about overall, every day when we eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and beverages, really take stock in how much sugar that you're taking in, right? I teach a food as medicine class, and they said that the average annual intake for sugar for the standard American diet for Americans is 152 pounds. That's a lot of sugar, right? So you have to look at, where is that coming from? How are we getting it? And then, can I be more informed as a consumer, as far as what steps to take to limit the added sugar consumption, right? And that's really in our beverages, and snacks, and cakes and things like that. In some condiments, it depends on what you're cooking with, and really just being more mindful about where that added sugar comes in, and make a concerted effort to really reduce the added sugar. And we're not talking about sugar from fruit, naturally occurring fruit. We're talking about added sugars, right? Refined, processed foods. That's what we're looking at specifically, because that's where the majority of it will come from.
That's super helpful, and that was a lot of great information. Now I'm just like, y'all need to go work with it like ASAP. So how can people find you on social media first and foremost, and what are you offering the listeners to work with you?
Okay,
And then,
great. It's interesting because I had, a few offers, but really just resonating with my clients, and what they're telling me, what they want to see. Really, one is a Nutrition Foundation's annual membership. And that's basically you work with me for a year, and we basically really look at what your nutrition strategy is going to look like. Some programming throughout the year that's included with your membership, checking in with me once a month. And then some people just want, hey, I need the information. And then, we can check in and kind of see how you do. I have some people come and there's like, I'm working with my doctor. I get referrals from the doctor, and they really just want to really get their nutrition streamlined, especially if they're pre-diabetic or new onset diabetic. They actually want to take initiative and say, hey, I want to really prevent trying to get on, trying to be on insulin, or if I'm on insulin, trying to come off. And that's where the nutrition therapy piece comes in. And we work with them, every month until we can really work on getting their A1C down. So, you can find me on Facebook, you can find me on Instagram. And I like the process that we do when we have our clients. We actually, sit down with them and talk to them about their why, and really dig deep on where they want to go from, their current status, and then build a plan specifically for them so that they can get the results that they want to achieve.
Great, super helpful. And so, all the links are gonna actually be a in the comment section, and in an email as well. So this is really, really good. Now to wrap things up, like really, really wrap things up. Thank you so much, YaQutullah. So my final question is, what do you want your legacy to be?
What do I want my legacy to be? That's funny. People say they want to leave wealth for their family. They want to leave wealth, right? That's great. Our community needs wealth. But our community also needs health, right? So a lot of times, it would be awesome to have, especially, I have a kid now, right? To pass down that health, that legacy of health, right? Generational health. How about that? Where the people that come after you are not plagued, right, with what you had to go through, whether it's diabetes or heart disease and things like that. And they look at it from a perspective of prevention and not, oh my God, I have diabetes. Now what do I do? Right? Generational health, looking at how can I prevent this in the first place, right? And being more proactive, top of mind, from the onset, right? And how can I be better? How can I prevent this from happening? How can I take a concerted effort to take my life, right? And be more proactive in how I want my life to be, instead of being reactive and saying, oh, well, now that I'm dealing with this, let me go see what I can do. Okay, now that you're dealing with it, you can go see what you can do. But as a community, really approaching it from a preventative standpoint, right? And being able to include that in your process, include that in your community activities, whether it's, eating better, exercising, including that as part of family activities, whether you're at the church or the mosque or the synagogue, including things like, hey, races, hey, there's a race or a run coming up, or, things like that in our community fall activities or whatever it may be. Really looking at how can we shift the focus to look more at improving our health and wellness as a community, right? And being a part of that legacy. So that's what I want to be a part of, so that when we have all this money, we can actually enjoy it, right? Because we're not necessarily on, dialysis 3 or 4 days a week, right? We're actually able to get out and enjoy life and contribute to our community, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I want the legacy to be.
Here's to seeing life differently, eating differently, and
Hydrating, moving differently, being different, right? It's all good. That's what we want to be.
Absolutely. And if no one else got anything else from your conversation, would be one sentence, what do you want them to take action on?
Ask yourself where you want to be. Ask yourself, what do you want to change about your current health and wellness? Like, what one thing do you want to change, right? Be realistic. Write it out. Write it as a goal that you want to achieve, right? And then align yourself with like-minded people who can help get you there, right? A coach, a professional, that can help you realize your goal.
I love that. Thank you, YaQutullah.
All right, awesome. I love y'all. Have a great weekend. Be blessed.
All right. So now we are going to move right into the fun part. Get ready for Zaakirah Muhammad, We're going to take a brief 60-second break. All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. Now we are going to go into Zaakirah Muhammad. I mean, all things marketing automation. And so when you say automation, when you say system, when you say technology, you may easily be freaked out or scared or kind of like, oh, what if it messes up my business? But honestly, in reality, it's going to make your life so much easier. So much so that Zaakirah decided to become a marketing and systems automation engineer. So she has been doing this for a while, but also because she has 2 decades in entrepreneurship, period. So she too had that experience of going to find that one thing, her purpose, that thing that lights her up. And so now she empowers you to fall in love with systems and automation. So it started originally as a way to help digital marketing clients or design clients, which then turned to helping coaches, consultants, and service providers to leverage systems and automation so they can gain back 500 hours of their time without feeling overwhelmed using tech, using her 4C framework method, which you're going to go in deep into. So if you do not have a pen or paper for this one, I think you need one because what happens is you need a system. You need a system, but sometimes you haven't even taken a look at the system that you're already using that's working, that's not working. So that's what we're going to go into. So without further ado, I am going to bring on Zaakirah. How are you?
Hey, I am
I
well.
am
How are
good.
you?
Thank you so much for being here because they need your genius.
Yeah.
I need your genius too. Shoot, I'm over here thinking
Right.
about all of the ways. I think when we were preparing to have this conversation, I've been thinking about all the ways that I know all of the things and haven't even done it. And I'm like, just can imagine just how many people don't even properly utilize email marketing at all. So that's one of the things I know we're going to talk about because we've had that conversation. But
Look,
I say,
I'm
go ahead
excited
and
to
take
be.
the floor. Yes, go ahead and take the floor. Tell us who you are and why you are so passionate about this. How did you get into this and why are you so passionate about it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Z, I just got to give you your flowers even before I even started of just putting on this summit, putting on this event. I know you've been planning it, piecing it together. I've been behind the scenes on events before. So I know like anything can happen and you just got to pivot, you got to go with it. And it's just like, hey, that's what happens and that's what happens. But what's the important part is being able to show up for the audience and being able to show up for the speakers and yourself and just putting it on regardless of whatever life throws at you, because life always gonna throw stuff at you. And that's okay. But that's also why we have systems and even processes and we just do our best to pivot with the time. So I just want to say that, and I love it. And, I appreciate even you allowing me to be in the space and be able to give to your audience and mine who are also listening. So shout out to you. And for everybody listening, if you don't know who I am, my name is Zaakirah Muhammad. Again, I'm a marketing automation and systems engineer, which is a bunch of words to say that I get to nerd out for a living when it comes to technology. And so if you're thinking about email marketing and sales funnels and advertising funnels and all that kind of techie stuff that for a lot of people, it gets you like real tight. You're like, oh, you know, hold on, wait a minute. You know, I just got my phone together. Like, you know, I'm just trying to put stuff together. My goal is to really help you get the clarity and get the confidence to be able to look at technology not as this monster, right? That this thing that just seems so above you, but as something to embrace and something to be able to leverage for yourself. So I am super excited to be here and to talk about that. And, you know, like Z was saying, I've been doing this. I would love to be able to get to the point of the 2 decades mark, but then right now I'm 26 years old. 2 decades will be like 6 years old right now. But I have been doing this for 4 years.
Actually, no, you know what? The way these kids are nowadays, it's possible. It's possible.
No, it is possible. I got a little, I don't have any children. I got a little niece and nephew, and they're like, my niece is like 10 years old. And she's over here playing in robotics camps, like robotics competitions where the robots beat each other up. I don't know. She does that. And like her mom was telling me, I'm like, what is she doing? And she was asking me about different coding platforms. And I was like, you the mom are about to code? She's like, no, it's for my daughter. It's for your niece. I'm like, my 10-year-old niece wants to code. So yeah, no, I believe it. They start early and early on. And I love it. I love to see it. But I have been doing this since 2019. And really how I got started was I've always been kind of interested in entrepreneurship and in business, mainly when I got to college in 2015. And I got my first job ever. And I was a desk clerk. And it was just like these people in the dorms who would check out games and whatever stuff to all the other students. And I'm at this job. And for the first week, I'm like, I'm making like, I don't know, $7, maybe $6 an hour. And I'm like, yeah, this is not going to work. This is not going to work at all. Like, we got to do something different. And also, as I got a little bit older and just going through college at 20 years old, I don't know why this happened, but I just looked up one day and I realized that everybody that worked at Walmart, everybody that worked at the local grocery stores, everybody that worked at Tim Hortons and Starbucks were all people who were like in their 60s and 70s. And my college was in a college town. So it's always filled with like students and whatnot. And I'm like, why are they 60 and 70 working at Walmart as greeters? And I did the research, and the research said that most people can't actually retire. Mm-hmm. Like, we're in the last age of people being able to actually retire. Social Security is supposed to run out in 2029 or something. And I'm like, how is this possible? Because my grandparents could retire. My grandma has been retired since I was born. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm looking at the data. I'm like, wow, my parents, I don't know if they're really going to be able to retire, or if they can retire, it's going to be relatively difficult because of the type of jobs that they had. And I'm an only child. And so I'm like, okay, how can I help them? Because they've helped me so much. I had a wonderful childhood. Wouldn't change anything. I love my parents. They've been married forever. And so it's just, it gave me a sense of purpose and a sense of duty to take care of my own family. And so that's how I'm like, all right, well, what's this business thing and entrepreneurship thing? And then I got into it like a lot of other people do, which is you had a multi-level marketing ad, or somebody came to you and they was like, I'm selling this tea, I'm selling this, roadside assistance thing, and that's how I got in. Never made money from anything, spent some money, the little money I had in college, and didn't make anything. And at the end of it, I was like, all right, so what's this marketing part when you talk about multi-level marketing? And so that got me interested in digital marketing. And so I got a lot of different internships, and I got a minor in marketing as well. And so now I am like working at New Balance in their St. Louis location. I went to work there for a summer as their intern. I worked for different marketing departments at my college. And then finally, for about 2 years, I worked at a marketing agency. And so that's where I got a ton of experience when it came to advertising, came to emailing, came to website building, and all this fun stuff. And when it's like the end of my college career, it's like 2019, I'm about to graduate. And I'm applying for jobs because I'm like, well, let's get a job. We got to start small, do what you got to do. I'm applying to all these places, and I think I got it in the bag. Like Z, I think I got it in the bag because I'm like, I got all this experience. Most people don't come out of college with so much experience. Most people don't. Why nobody calling me back? I can't get a call back. I can't get an interview. I can't get anybody on the phone. I'm like, this is a scam. Somebody got me. And so I'm like, all right, if I can't get this job right now, let me just try doing something on my own. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And my apartment, I had already paid it up for the year because I had, I was working like 2, 3 jobs at the time. So I was like, let me just pay up my apartment for the rest of the lease. I'm here. I graduated. I'm still here. So let's try it. And so I got some digital marketing clients. I did a lot of Google ads in the beginning. And one of the issues though that I found my first couple years in business was just managing my own time and me realizing I'm spending so much time on my client stuff. And even my clients had their own issues. They're trying to automate, but they're not saying automation. They're trying to figure out how to get back their time, even though I'm giving them the leads and the customers and the clients that they need. And so that's where marketing automation systems really came to me, because it just was like, I had to do something. They needed help. I'm the youngest person there. They're like, can you figure this out? And I'm like, sure. And I ended up doing it. I figured out how to build out funnels. I figured out how to use different apps and put them together and save them time at their receptionist time, do follow-up campaigns, all the kind of stuff that I'll go into a little bit deeper as we talk. But everything that I do now stemmed from just helping my own clients when I was just doing Google ads. And then in 2021, I was like, well, let's just do a pivot. Let's focus a little bit less on advertising and more on marketing automation and system building, and really helping people with the foundation. The foundation is so important to me, more than any app that I'm going to mention on, as we talk. So yeah, that's the story. That's where we got into it. I've been loving it ever since. I've been loving it ever since.
I want to applaud you for creating this seat at your table, because sometimes for us women that would be a pivotal moment of, I'm not good enough. I I am a failure. All those negative thoughts, that's the easiest moment for those kind of thoughts to come in. So I want to acknowledge you for pushing through and saying, you know what? No, I am it. I am worth it. I am here, and I'm going to create my own seat. I love that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes. So I kind of want to I just kind of want to go there, right? So one of the first, because I related to every single thing you said, because even for me, I decided to also start a agency, because I was working with other creatives actually, right? Working with other creatives to um first, it was the photography. First, for me, it was the photography, because they were just not taking good lighting. And then I'm had to learn how to promote myself. And then I'm learning about social media. And then they're like, "What is Facebook?" Right? And then continue
Right.
to pivot on. Of they set up their website, and now email marketing is open up for everyone else. I'm sure, yes, the corporations have been using email marketing before us, but then platforms like the ones you're gonna mention later on started to open up for creative entrepreneurs. And then people are still like, why do I need email marketing? So the first thing that's coming to my mind is there was this program called If This Then That.
Yes.
And the minute
Wow.
I got into that, I'm like, game changer.
That
So
let me
what
tell
is
you,
that?
you just took me back. I was super on if this then that. If y'all don't know why we're geeking out on this thing right now, if this then that is an app. It's an app. It's not just a bunch of words. It's an app, and it's a software that basically connects a bunch of other software together. And the logic behind it is, if this then that. If this thing happens, then this thing happens. If you post on Facebook, then you send that post to Twitter. And it was really largely like social media based, and then it kind of expanded a little bit from there. And it's still around, like people still use it, albeit like that there's other software and tools out there that kind of do the same thing, especially like Zapier. You ever heard of that? But yeah, if this, I use that a lot. I used that a lot in college because it was so cool. It was so cool.
It's come such a long way, and I think that's the thing. Like right now, because social media changes all the time, that sure, people are easily frustrated and confused and not thriving, because they're like, oh, well, there's so many social media networks, oh, there's so many of these other things, but there is an easy way to simplify all of that. And What's that first step for people to simplify?
Oh, absolutely. The first step is actually giving yourself clarity. And that's the first C in my 4C method, right? I love technology. I love software. I'm about to go dig into a bunch of apps after we get our call because I just found a bunch of things and I just want to test them out. I don't like, when it comes to implementing and helping clients and like actually building a foundation, I don't like technology for technology's sake. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of just stacking on a bunch of software just because it's there, or because you saw it in an ad, or because your favorite influencer said they use this thing and you're like, I'm going to use it, even though y'all got two totally different businesses and two totally different use cases, right? So the first step in really like finding technology, getting started with it, all that is not even technology, it's gaining clarity. It's having an understanding of what is this actually for and what do I actually need, right? And to do that, it's very particular. What I always suggest people to do is use what's called a Supreme Clarity Questionnaire. And what it does is these 6 questions you're going to ask yourself, okay? And you're going to ask yourself these questions every day for at least 7 days, because then you'll be able to see if what you said on Monday actually is what you need versus it's just the thing that you felt like, I got to get there, so that's what I'm going to put down. So the questions you want to ask yourself is, number 1, throughout your day, what took your energy? This is for my business owners. These are for my solopreneurs, right? Whether you're just getting started, whether you're at the $8,000, per month mark, you're making $100,000 per year, you still need to do this. If you've ever felt overwhelmed, right? If you've ever felt like this is a lot, there's so much to do, there's so many little tasks I got to get done, you need to be asking yourself, what took your energy, and listing it out. Because you'll be surprised. You have your to-do list, but how much of that did you really do? Right? You had your life schedule. It's like, this is perfect. This is what I'm gonna do every day. This is what I'm gonna do for the day. And none of that happens. I do that too. Like things come up and you gotta handle, we're firefighters. If you're an entrepreneur, you're fighting a bunch of fires. Little bit of flames, but that's what happens. Okay. And so you want to be able to use this clarity questionnaire. And it's this worksheet, and I actually have it for free. I think you just put it up. I want you guys to take a look at that and check it out. I'm providing it for free. I usually charge, I don't know, $47 or something for it because it's extremely, extremely helpful. And so you're going to ask yourself, what took my energy? You're going to ask yourself, why did that take your energy? Really think about it. Why did you have to call that customer? Why did you have to have that conversation with your team member? Why did you have to fix that problem with the apps? Why did you have to answer a bunch of questions over and over again? You just want to ask yourself why this is happening, because it makes you think deeper as to, did I really have to do that? Or did I not have to do that? Did that even give a net positive, or was it just something to do? Because we do a lot of busy work, y'all. We do a lot of busy work. That's why I don't like the saying booked and busy. I want to be productive and paid. You know what I'm saying? Booked and busy tells me you doing stuff. Productive and paid tells me stuff is getting done. And there's a difference. There is a difference. So you don't want to be booked and busy. You want to be productive and paid. That's what we want to be. So we ask ourselves, what took our energy? Why did it take our energy? And then look again as what were your non-CEO activities that you did, right? If you look at everything that got done, if any of these activities were things that you as a CEO shouldn't be doing, note that down, because we got to dissect it. Because again, booked and busy doing what? Busy doing a bunch of stuff, right? But stuff isn't actually getting done. And then we're going to ask ourselves, of the things that were non-CEO activities, what tasks can be delegated? Now you can see, all right, I don't need to be talking to, my clients back and forth about this, right? I don't need to be doing all this follow-up, this manual follow-up and phone calls. I don't need to be booking my own, appointments on my own calendar. You might be at that point where it's like, I need somebody else to do that. I need somebody else to get the flights and get the hotels and get the transportation and coordinate and all that stuff. You might be at that point, right? And then you want to figure out, you ask yourself, what systems do I need? You don't got to be really specific here. It's just more like, I need a system of being able to handle customer support, right, in a more efficient manner, but it also doesn't take away too much from my team and myself, right? That sounds like a lot of words, but it's specific enough to the problem that you have. And then the last question is my favorite one. What can I stop doing? Again, booked and busy, but you're not productive and paid. So what do I mean by that? We're doing a lot of stuff and not a lot is getting done because you're doing a lot of things you don't need to be doing in the first place. You should just stop it. I try to do that. If I can do anything, before I put in technology, before I hire, I ask myself, can I just not do this? Is there any way that I could just not do any of this at all, or as little as possible? You want to think about how you can delete stuff before you start adding more and more on your plate, because it just gets bigger and bigger. And we don't have all the time for that. We really, really don't. We all only have 24 hours out of the day. If God allows us to wake up the next day, that's another 24 hours, but that's all you have. That's all you got. You can make more money. Nobody can make you more time. So we don't know how much more time we have on this earth. And our time is already limited even from the 24 hours. Because guess what? You got to sleep. You got to eat. You got to go work out. You got to meal prep. You got to take care of your family. You have to go to the doctors. You have other personal appointments. You got to make your bed. You got to clean your house. You have to wash your dishes. I mean, there's other things going on in your life. You only have so much time to dedicate to working. Nobody can just sit down and work. I don't even have children. I can't just sit down and work. That's it. I have other things I have to do, other responsibilities and obligations. So consider what you can take off your plate before you consider adding more onto it. But yeah,
those are all great questions. Yeah, those are great questions. And the first thing that came to my mind is there seems to be a theme going on today is to ask for help. I think that's the first thing of, even being able to know what the answers are to those questions. It's like, wait a minute, it's been a long time since I've actually asked for help. And so these questions are so helpful because not only do you get to know what to ask for and even be intentional and be specific on the help that you want to receive, but then you can really truly preserve your energy because you actually are utilizing technology and the help that you ask for to not do the draining activities that you already do. Like that's probably why you're not where you want to be in your life with your purpose, right? Because you're doing all of the things.
all the things. And none getting done. I mean, it's a crazy paradox. And when you first ask yourself, when I first was brought these questions, I would like to think that I'm the creator of it. I only added a little bit to it, but I wasn't. Somebody asked me these questions. They're like, you need to ask yourself this. And I was like, what? I'm like, what am I doing every day? I'm doing this, that. And I would just copy and paste my to-do list. And they were like, no. What did you actually do? Mm-hmm. Not like what you planned to do, what you thought you were going to do. And then when I had to look back at like even hour by hour, what did I actually do this day? I'm like, this wasn't nothing. And it's because all my time will be focused in one particular area, or it's fighting another fire. It's trying to get stuff done. It's doing a bunch of things, but not enough is getting done to move us to the next level. And that's why we ask ourselves these questions. It's not to make yourself feel bad. It's to help you move to the next level in your life. And in this case, I'm talking about business, but this can also help in your personal life as well.
Very helpful, very helpful. And now we probably will have a Q&A so you can actually have a real live example. But what is the next C in your framework? What's next? I'm ready.
Right. So let's say you did that questionnaire. You're like, all right, I got it down. Okay, I see it. Let's pick something out the air. Let's say you're having an issue where you have to answer back and forth with your prospects, right? You've had your sales calls, you've been on your consultations, you're talking to them. They were asking you the same questions over and over and over again. It's taking up a lot of your time to do that, right? These are just frequently asked questions. People are just asking you. It's customer inquiry type of things. And it's kind of a CEO activity, but it's kind of not, because it's always the same. And it takes a lot of time to explain that to people and give them context. So let's say that's the situation going on, right? The next C is craft. Okay. Craft and what? Not craft and technology. We still haven't even introduced technology. Yeah, craft. Arts and craft. Actually, it's very similar. Crafting, you want to craft your workflow. You want to craft the experience. And so what I mean by that is what is the experience that you and your clients or you and your customers are going to go through to help them get to the next level, while also using as little of your own time as possible. Okay, remember, we're trying to conserve these 24 hours that we got, because you don't really have 24 hours. You probably got 12 at best, right? We want to conserve it. So how do we help ourselves in doing that? In this case, what we want to figure out is, what's the end goal? What's the destination? Where do we want to take people? Like, for example, I live in Detroit, right? Z is in Atlanta. If I want to get from Detroit to Atlanta, what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't just get in my car, go south, and think I'm going to get to Atlanta, just going south, following my heart to Atlanta. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to be able to get on a highway and just keep on driving, even though there's detours I got to take, even though it's a bunch of snow on the ground, even, like, I'm not just going to do that. Nobody would. You wouldn't even just get in your car and go if you're going to a new, location in your own city. What would you do? You get your phone, you get your Maps app, and you figure out, okay, this is the destination, this is where I want to go, this is where I'm starting from, and the app is going to give you a route. It's going to give you a step-by-step directions on where to go. Okay, that's what you want to create for your business. You want to create a map, right? I call it a workflow. People call it a process. It's all the same when we're talking about this particular context. You want to craft the experience. You want to craft the map that takes you or your clients from point A to point B. And in this case, we want to help people go from asking the same questions, being unknowledgeable about maybe what you do or what you provide in your business, to being knowledgeable about what you provide in your business, without you spending more time than possible. Because when you put your location in the app, they give you a bunch of different routes. They give you a scenic view. They give you the fastest route possible. They give you a route that allows the least amount of turns. They give you options. Okay. In our case, we want the fastest route possible. That also is the easiest to put together, right? We want to create that for our business. And I'm not going to be able to go as in deep, but maybe next time when we're able to do the in-person and I could just sit down with you, we can draw this out, because I draw this out. And I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist, but I can draw a bunch of boxes and put them together. And I do have that worksheet, and I want y'all to scan that QR code to go look at that worksheet. You can print it off for yourself, or you can put it together online. But you're just going to list out step by step what's going to happen here, what's going to happen next, what happens after that. Just keep on going until you get to the destination. Because a lot of times we want to get technology, we want to introduce apps before we even figure out what it needs to do. And when we do that, what we're doing is we're creating a Band-Aid solution for a prescription problem. Okay? A Band-Aid solution for a prescription problem. What do I mean by that, Z? What I mean by that is this. Let's say who cooks? If you cook, I want y'all to say that you cook in the comments or in the chat or wherever you're at watching this right now. Okay? If you cook, I cook. If you cook, that means you probably cut yourself at one point. Because who doesn't? That's just what happens. You're cooking, you're chopping up, and as soon as you're like, oh dang, what happened? It just happened, right? You nick yourself on your finger. Not a big deal, as long as you don't chop off a finger. If you chop off a finger, that is a big deal. Please go to the emergency room. But if you just nick yourself a little bit, that's okay. You put down the knife, you go wash it off, clean it up, put on a Band-Aid, you go back to doing what you're doing. It's not really a big deal. Why didn't you go to the emergency room if you just kind of cut your finger a little bit? Why didn't you go to the emergency room? You didn't need to. You don't need a doctor for that. You just get a Band-Aid, you keep it moving. That's a Band-Aid solution for a Band-Aid experience. Okay? Now let's move to a different experience. Let's say your stomach is hurting. Let's say out of nowhere it's in knots. You can't move. It's hard, right? Something's going on, and you don't know why. You didn't do anything different. You try to do some home remedies to figure it out. That's not working. The next thing you're going to do, you're going to go to the doctors. Okay? When you go to the doctors, are they just going to give you a Band-Aid? No, they're not. They're going to ask you questions. They're going to ask you, what did you eat? What's your family medical history? Are you on any medication? right? Are you pregnant? Have you just recently had surgery? Just a bunch of other questions. Why are they asking all these questions? Because they're trying to figure out how to give you the best solution. A lot of times in our businesses, we want to jump from one thing to the next without trying to diagnose what the real problem is and then crafting a way for us to see to the other end and actually get our problem solved. That's what I mean by we want to have Band-Aid solutions for prescription problems. So before we even introduce technology, we need to know what's the experience, what is the technology actually going to solve for us, and in what way, okay? And in what way is it going to solve that for us? So that's where I have this worksheet. That's why we write it down. That's why you journal. That's why we're doing all these things first before we ever even consider introducing any type of tech. So that's the second C. The first one is clarity. You got your clarity. You got your questionnaire. You got your questions answered. Number two, you got to craft that workflow. You got to do step by step. This is what I want to have happen. And this is what I do with my clients, because a lot of times they're not going to do this themselves. But this is what, if you're not able to hire somebody like me, then you're going to need to do this yourself and kind of take your time so that way you can get the result that you want, which is your 500 hours back, which, by the way, that's less than 10 hours a week. That's less than 10 hours a week. But you will be surprised. A lot of us need more. We need more of our time back, not just 10 hours a week. You need probably 20, 30, 40 hours a week, right? Because we're spending so much of our time doing things we don't need to do. So yeah, that's what that second C is. That's what that second C is. And it's a great experience if you can write it down, create your map, find your own way to get from Detroit to Atlanta. You may realize, why are we even consider driving from Detroit to Atlanta? Just get on a plane.
Absolutely. And I love the way you broke it down of you're literally diagnosing your business. Just like you got to diagnose yourself, you have to diagnose your business. And I love that you mentioned it that way of there's so many great gems. But I think the biggest one was just setting your own GPS, like set your own GPS as well for your business, because you got to know where you want it to go. Because what happens is, and I know I'm about to get into the next part, which is super exciting, of you'll go to the destination first, which is whatever technology app, by the lifetime access of whatever technology app so and so said to get, when it's not the one that's going to bring you ease or clarity. And it's also, you end up kind of feeling like you lose money because you didn't do the work, or you're not willing to do the work, or ask for help of, I need the direction to get there. I didn't, take a look back and reevaluate the diagnosis, right? What is the actual diagnosis? So I love that. And I'm thinking that I'm using my intuition right now, and I'm thinking of, because I'm sure this is a lot of information, because this is speaking my language. I completely get it. But I'm thinking of making a real life example, and I think we have a perfect person to make it a Q&A before we go into the next C. Okay, so I'm going to bring on Pamela D. Marshall, who's going to probably gonna ask Autumn questions. And so she has the worksheet and everything. So let's make this interactive. You ready?
Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to. There you go.
Just as an example of my lack of understanding about technology, I'm trying to talk with the mic off. But see, I'm not sure how I feel about being your example of, I don't understand what's going on, but you're correct, because I was just sitting here saying, so how does that help me with what I'm doing? I heard all of your things that you talked about with being productive and paid, and where is my energy going, and all of those things. But in a nutshell, when a client comes to you, when you see a person like me, I'm an author, I'm working on an e-course. How do you start working with me to help me get the most out of what I'm trying to accomplish, what I'm trying to achieve?
Right. So that's actually a great question to ask. So the first place I start when I'm actually working with a client is I need to know as deep as possible what the real result needs to look like. The real destination. So what I mean by that is, you just said that you're making an e-course, right? You're making a digital course.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like a stopping point, right? What I mean by that is kind of like if you're driving and we're on like a road trip or something like that, You have different stopping points where you just kind of take a break real quick and then you keep on going. But I would ask more questions as to what is this digital course supposed to do? As in, like, is it supposed to turn into something else? Is there a coaching program behind this, right? Is there a membership, a different type of membership? Where are you taking your clients to? What's that next step and even that last step as much as possible? What does that really look like? Because that will determine what the entire experience or the entire map looks like and the technology that we're going to go for. Because, and this is kind of teasing into that third C, which is actually creating automation. This is where we figure out what technology do we need that's going to help you today and that will be able to grow with you tomorrow and the next day into the next point. So the reason I have to ask that, because making a digital course and getting the videos and putting that together, that's relatively easy if you're looking for somebody like me to implement it for you. You just record what you have going on and we can put it together. But I need to know, where are you going to take this to the next level? What other messaging are you going to need? How are you like going to sell this to people? Are you going to be on other platforms? Are you going to advertise? Do you have like a Facebook group community? Where do we need to take people to that next step? Because that'll determine what even technology I'm going to recommend and what technology we actually implement. But we want to know the real destination. I have to know that, because that gives me clarity, because you have everything in your mind, but now I got to get it out of you. I got to get it out of you so that way we can actually put it together. So I got to know, what's the real destination? What's your real vision? Where do you really see this going? And then we figure out, okay, this is the foundation that you really need. You say you need maybe a platform like Thinkific or Teachable. These are like e-learning course platforms and software that are out there. But they may not actually be the best situation for you, because you may see yourself, okay, it's not just going to be a digital course. You're also going to need a community aspect to this, because you want to bring people in and be able to talk to them and maybe do live streams like this one here. So asking those questions first and figuring out that real destination, what you really want to have happen, is extremely important. This is especially true when a lot of clients that come to me are also going to another level where they want to eventually sell their companies. So then I have to relook at everything, because then I'm like, how do I take you, the person, out of your business so much so that way you can sell your company at the highest valuation? That's like a little different thing, but it's also really important when you want to think about the longevity of where you want to go. Did that answer your question?
Well, it does. But also, I think when you talk about the people who want to sell their companies and you tell them they got to take themselves out, I think sometimes that happens with us too, in selling our services to people and our knowledge base. And even as you look at helping people to be able to put together a course, because you know it, you may not see the value in it, or you may be uncomfortable with putting a price on something that you are a part of, because we all have our money stories or lack of money story, or our hangups about achieving and acquiring great wealth.
Yes.
So how do you, is that something that you do, or you say, call Pamela and let her work on that part?
That's a bit more
back to the technology.
What's that? I said, that's more of a call Pamela situation. I'm not gonna lie. I have a very high sense of like self-efficacy. I'm very good at what I'm good at, and I'm not good at what I'm not good at. What you're saying actually is very, very, very true when it comes to the mindset and being able to take people to the next level, and how we block ourselves from that next level. And it's like nobody else is telling you can't do this. Nobody else is telling you that you shouldn't be charging more for something that's changing people's lives for the better, right? So when I have a client like that, oh, Pamela, book a consultation, pay for what you got to pay for, because I have those conversations with clients on like a lower level where I'm like, why are you selling this for $50? This needs to be $1,000. Why are you doing this? You're losing money, because I try to be as holistic as possible, where people come to me for their technology issues and trying to put stuff together. But then I look at, well, you don't really need this technology. What you need is to just switch up how you're even thinking about this. You got too much going on. We need to get rid of more stuff versus adding more to it. We need to create for you a better funnel. We need to create for you a better follow-up. But then do you even, I can set up your whole sales funnel and process for you. We can get all the landing pages, all the copy and all the content. I can't make you answer that phone with confidence and close that sale.
Yeah.
I can't make you do that.
Speaking of technology, what about the metaverse?
Oh my God. I can't even begin to read. It's something I still actually have to wrap my mind around myself.
Yeah.
It's not an area where I have like a ton of knowledge in, but it is an area that it's growing, and it's how do I say this? When the internet was just coming out in the 80s, most people didn't think it was going to be here. And when the military allowed for the internet to be more public, people just thought it was like nobody was going to do anything with it. And so I don't even want to say it took a while. The internet's only like, 40 years old. And it's not really that old, right? But it took a minute for people to see how it was going to be utilized, like in our everyday lives. And so I'm still kind of in that place where it's like, how is the metaverse going to be used in the everyday sphere outside of like a gaming perspective? Because I get it from a gaming perspective where like you have these video games and there's whole worlds inside of them and you do all this stuff with them. Like outside of that, I'm still trying to understand that personally.
Yeah, in reality about the internet, I can remember just 25 years ago when there were meetings in the community where I live. There's a meeting on this information superhighway. Like, what is that? It's just 25 years ago.
It was not that long ago.
Yeah, but where it is now, it feels like it's always been here, and we cannot imagine our lives without it.
Yes, it feels like it's been here for, a century at least. As to how connected we are to it, independent at this point on it.
Yeah. See, if I could ask another question, just of this brilliant young lady who made this pivot. She was applying for jobs, and she said, "Wait a minute, I got to create my own." Now we have all gotten that spiel about, go to college, get a good education so that you can chart your course. But in reality, we didn't always have college, and we were still able to chart our course. Speak to our audience about how do you step into the courage to do what you have done and decided, I'm not gonna be sending out resumes. I'm not gonna be on LinkedIn looking for a job. I'm gonna be on LinkedIn looking for clients.
Right. Wow. I wish I had a real concrete answer for that. Only because like my mind, well, I'll say this, my mindset back then, when I wasn't getting callbacks and I was real offended. I'm gonna tell you right now, I was very personally offended because I thought I was extremely qualified. And I didn't get why nobody was calling me back or like giving me the time of day. It was so weird to me. And I've always been very good at school, just very easily, very good at school. And then to go from that to almost like it didn't matter. And, there's other reasons why I wasn't, getting the feedback that I wanted. It made me realize like, okay, school isn't everything. There's more to this. And there's also more opportunity at this. And it made me see kind of the world for what it is, where it's like, if you have the skill set and you have the courage, you could just go ahead and do it. And to get that courage, sometimes you just also have to have the naivete of just doing something and not really having a ton of expectations, but just trying it and taking that risk. I can't tell you I had all the courage in the world to just go out and I didn't really have that. I was very naive. And I was like, well, what's the worst that can really happen? It was really like that. I feel like the worst that could happen is I'm on my parents' couch at that time. That's what I thought was the worst that could happen. And I'm like, well, that's not bad. My parents' couch is pretty comfy. So I don't know. I feel like I could rebound from that. You know, like it didn't seem like it was going to be the worst thing in the world if it failed. So I felt like I had everything to gain. I didn't really have a lot to lose. And also, I was able to gain courage and confidence in myself from just trying it out, even if not everything worked out the way I thought it was supposed to. And just doing it, even doing this summit, this event, I don't do this a lot. And even I don't do this at all. Actually, let me say that right now. I don't do this at all. So even being up here, I didn't have a lot of expectations in terms of this is exactly what I need to happen. And exactly this, he could tell you, I don't have all that. I was like, well, we're going to be here. And I hope I say something that resonates with people. And that's enough for me. And it was just the courage to be naive, the courage to just try it and bet on myself, because I don't really care if nobody else bets on me. I'm going to choose me. And I feel like I can do this because I see other people do it. And if they can do it, I don't see why I can't. We all human. It's nothing that you got. I don't have. I got all the same stuff. You know, like nobody else is an alien. You didn't come from Mars. You know, like, so what's the reason why I can't try it and get some type of success for myself?
I love that. Yeah.
That's a great way to be.
Now I realize I feel like we almost did touch on like your fourth C, and I feel like I want to go back to it a little bit. Yeah, I think we almost did. And so I'll have you say the name of it, and so also while Pamela's up here, I do want to go back to the C, the create option. And so my question is, now we'll kind of go into the tech just a little bit, right? So my question is, say there's someone, it's a woman that's an author, right? And they have a book. And there's so many, it's such a huge statistic that there's so many authors that even if they become a bestseller, it doesn't equal to monetary value, right? The book is out there, that's great, I'm gonna collect dust. But now that we know how to create with clarity, here's a real life example of what would you recommend when it comes to working out and setting that foundation once, but even before the book is out? They have a book and it's time to automate. What's your recommendation?
Okay, so are we automating like
once people purchase the book? Once they purchase the book, the rest of that is automated.
Got it. Okay, so once they purchase the book, first thing actually, before you get the book, before you publish the book, you want to have either something on the last page, the last cover, or maybe like in the footer, some type of web address that's going to be actually to your funnel. That's going to lead people to the next step. So the book is the entrance. The funnel is kind of like it's literally a funnel to get people to the next step. And what that next step can be, it can be something like a course. It can be a monthly membership. You have to figure out what's that next thing you want people to do. What's the ascension? Where are we taking them, right? So let's say the book is $20. We want to get people to the next step. Let's say that's a monthly membership. It's $100 a month, okay? They get to learn more about you. They get to do some type of low-level group coaching. Let's say that's it, right? What we want to do is we want to create what's called a landing page. So a landing page is just like any web page online, except it has a very specific purpose as to why people are there and what they do. In our case, this landing page is going to show people why they should be considering going into your monthly membership, the benefits of being in there, testimonials of people who have already been through your membership or have been through some other similar course or service from you that's relative, right? And then a way for them to purchase that monthly membership at checkout right then and there. This landing page is probably going to have a video from you explaining, hey, thank you so much for buying my book. I really hope you have enjoyed See Life Different. I really hope you got a lot of value from it. Now I want you to join the See Life Different tribe, which is a monthly membership that's going to allow you to take yourself to the next level for the personal development side, to the business development side, so on and so forth, whatever that looks like, right? You want to have about 3 to 5 key benefits that people are going to get from that monthly membership, right? And you want to let them know what comes with it. Is it a community, maybe a Facebook group community? A lot of people do that. Maybe it is they get a live stream from you every month, maybe every week, depending on how you want to do it. Maybe it's guests. Like we have this summit, you have guests on your platform. You could have the same guests, or you could rotate between guests in your monthly membership. You could have maybe like a small digital course. It doesn't have to be like a full-fledged 72 videos, 72 hours of content. It doesn't have to be that. Maybe it's just 3 to 4 hours of videos or previous interviews that you've done that you give people access to, okay? When it comes to a monthly membership specifically, the biggest value is usually the community aspect of it. That's usually the biggest value from it. So this landing page that you're going to put the link in your book so people can go to it next, that's what's going to be kind of that next level. And from that landing page, and when people actually check out from there, then you're going to have what's called a follow-up system behind that. It's going to be emails and it's going to be text. Most people just stick to emails, and a lot of people are just getting used to email marketing, which is just sending out emails to people, a mass amount of emails to people, right? SMS marketing, text marketing is so important and key. I'm telling you right now, if you've never heard of it, I know you've gotten those random texts from people, random texts from different, I get a text every week from this pizza shop that's actually in Ohio. I don't even live in Ohio anymore. I don't live nowhere near there, but they send me a text every week. And sometimes I'm like, whenever I go back, I'm probably going to go get a pizza from them, because text marketing is so much easier, and you can't go into spam when you're text marketing. You can't go into a spam folder. There's no multiple folders. So if you want to have a way of texting people about your membership, why they should be joining, right, and links to testimonials of people who have joined. So you're going to have that. You're going to have your landing page. You're going to have an email sequence. I would suggest having it be at least 7 days. You're going to have an SMS marketing sequence, again, another 7 days. And then after that, the actual membership community, which could just be a Facebook group, which is free. I've seen a lot more people have their own closed off community using an app called Mighty Networks. Mighty Networks. And you can pay for it. It's like $100 a month. But some people like it a little bit better because, I don't know, some people find Facebook to be a little bit too much. And some people just really want to own all the data 100%. Either way works. It's up to you. But I would probably, if you're in the beginning, I would suggest Facebook and then move to Mighty Networks later, after you've like proven the concept and after you've gotten paid members. Did I go in too deep? Did that make sense?
No, it makes sense. And when you point out about Facebook, Facebook can go down. We witnessed that a few months ago.
Yep.
They do have control of all of your people, regardless of what that number says up there by your picture. Mm-hmm. Those people are really not your friends. They're Facebook's friends. And Facebook will show them what Facebook wants to show them.
Exactly.
So you can work so hard at putting together groups, even with the groups. You can have people in your group, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to see all that you're posting. So what is the key to this? Even a YouTube channel, what is the best thing? Or what is the best thing for social media? And should we completely leave off the old-fashioned way of direct mailing to people? Or in a magazine, or that
I love this question. I love this question. So the number one thing is you have to own your list, your contact list. Email, name, email, phone number, and address if you can get it. You get that, you good. I'm just telling you that right now. If you get that, you're good. I don't care if your main location of where you speak to your clients or your members is on Facebook or YouTube or Instagram. Instagram just introduced these broadcast channels, these like little chats or whatever. I don't care about any of that. I only care if you don't have a list. If you don't have a list, you are in trouble. I'm just tell that right now. Only because you don't own Facebook. You don't own the online platforms, but you can own the list. Name, email, phone number, address. Okay. Sometimes people change their name. That's not often. Most people keep the same emails. Most people keep the same phone numbers, and most people don't move. Most people don't move. So if you get all of those, and this is where like having a book is really, really powerful for this. Because if you're not using something like Amazon and you're shipping the book out yourself, or like you have your third-party shipper, whatever that's called, a person who's doing that, you have the address, right? This is also why people don't always sell their books on Amazon, because you don't have access to the customer data. That's why it can be cheaper on Amazon and all that stuff. And they make it more intuitive as a platform as much as possible, because you can't keep the customer's data. That's what you give away. It forces you as a producer on Amazon to have to stay on that platform because you don't have access to the contact database. But if you're shipping the books yourself, or you have a third party shipper who's doing that, now you have the address and you can go back to old school. And this is the answer to the second part of your question. Going back old school, I've seen people do that. Literally, I'm not going to show it because I don't necessarily want to promote them. Not because they're bad, but I just don't want to do that. I joined this coaching program and they sent me this, it's like the craziest little invite to their in-person event that they're having. And they told me about this event like online. They told me in an email, but they sent me this like promotional, it's not a book. I don't know what to call it. It's like a digital flyer, but like it's in person. It's kind of crazy, but it's so cool. And they also sent me like a t-shirt. They sent me like this bell, like they sent me a bunch of this stuff. And
are you already signed up, or they sent it before you signed up?
I already signed up.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I had already signed up.
And they sent you like a swag box.
Yeah, exactly, a swag box. And having something like that, if you have like a high ticket program and you're sending these physical items to people, it brings them in more closely, right? It brings them in more closely, because I didn't expect this. I did not expect. I got like 3 different packages from them. Most programs will only send you one if they send you anything. So to have like all 3 of these items was kind of crazy, and it made me feel really, really good. So physical products and physical sending and direct mail is working, because for a long period of time, most people weren't doing it. And if you can make it more personalized, you win even more, because that's where the key is. That's why you have to own your list. I don't care what you do. I don't care. Actually, listen to this. Everybody listening to this, you have to own your list. Yeah. There is no software in the world that should be able to dictate who of your contact list you can talk to, when you can talk to them. I can switch from email platform to email platform. I can switch from SMS platform to SMS platform. I always own my list. I got it. Until that person tells me, don't ever talk to me again. And even then, there's ways you can get around that. Just be honest with you. Not saying you should. I'm just saying there's ways to get around that. But yeah, you always want to own your list.
Well, what is it that you recommend for the SMS?
Oh, so SMS, there's an app called Simply Texting or Simple Texting, one of those 2 things. They're pretty good for mass text messages. I will tell you this, I use a particular CRM that allows me to send emails and text messages out of the same place. And it's called Go High Level. And it's actually the platform that I use for my own clients. And I tell people about it because it's really not a secret to me. And it's extremely powerful. You just have to know how to put it together, which unfortunately a lot of people don't, because it's very robust. But it's a very good platform. It's a very good CRM, customer relationship management tool.
But you can help us.
You are running a business. Right? Yes, I can help you do that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a part of the process. And it's really like, especially if you have a service-based business, if you're a coach, consultant, some other type of service provider, you need a CRM. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Look at this. So if people who are looking on the screen versus who are just listening via audio, what Z just put up is my list of different software that I recommend for people to look at. And there's a CRM. I have a list of CRM providers that I personally recommend. Email autoresponder or email marketing tools, SMS sending tools, calendar booking platforms, landing page and funnel building platforms, and sales pipeline platforms. that I recommend. So if you're watching the visual, you should really just take a screenshot, I'll be honest with you. And you can find a lot more of the tools that I recommend if you go to kadira.com/tools, which is also on the screen, KHAD as in Daisy, IRAH.com/tools. And you can see a lot more of what I recommend personally and what ones I actually use.
You know, for the average person that's watching, there's so many things that are out there. There are even those who talk about funnels not working anymore. That's old. What's your thought on funnels?
So funnels are always, to me, the concept of a funnel, it's above technology, and it's more about psychology and marketing. So the purpose of a funnel is to take people from one step to the next, from one buy to the next buy to the next buy to the next buy, and that's it. It's not any more complicated. Where it gets complicated is the tech. Where it gets complicated is the marketing messaging on those pages. What gets complicated is maybe the follow-up behind that. But the concept of a funnel is just go to this page, get an action, get another action, and get another action all the way through. So funnels are always going to work. How they look, it will probably change. But the concept of a funnel and taking people through a certain process that you control and that you are very purposeful on creating is always going to be there. Because other than like a website where people can kind of do anything, a funnel is where you want people to make very specific actions and you're guiding them through that. Simple enough.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This has been amazing, and that I'm like, they need to work with you like ASAP because one, you break it all the way down. Two, you literally walk them through. Like you don't hold hand, but you hold hand in a lovingly way. And this has been amazing. And if you could just go ahead and say out loud, what is the link for people to work with you?
Oh, absolutely. So if you want to work with me personally, I am actually offering 50% off a consultation for everybody who's watching the See Life Different Summit right now. You can go to kadira.com/SLD. Okay, KHAD as in Daisy, IRAH.com/SLD. And if you use the coupon code SLD, you'll get 50% off my consultation. I think right now it might be like $297, so you guys can get it for $197 or whatever is on there right now, quite honestly. Whatever's on there now, you're going to get 50% off. You're going to get a 15 to 30-minute consultation with me. And we're going to talk about your current systems, your current automation, and helping you gain clarity around that and an actual action plan so you can improve it if you need to improve it, or where to start with it if you have not started with putting together a system for your business or automating your marketing in your business. Along with that, you're actually going to get my full-length 6-figure tech guide, which lists all of the even more tools than I do just on the site, but more tools that I recommend for you and why I recommend them for you if you're at 6 figures and you're trying to grow, but you don't want to use a bunch of technology. So I help you get straight to the point with that. And then lastly, you can also join my Succeeding with Systems Facebook group, where we talk more about systems, automation, building scalable companies, and really taking your life back and achieving lifestyle freedom. Yeah.
Well, I am already 6 figures in my mind, so I need you to
let's go.
Make it a reality.
I'm happy to help. Absolutely. Yeah, if you guys go there, I don't know how long. I think it's only going to be available for the next maybe 48 hours or so. But we'll see. We'll see. I might extend it. I might. It just depends on kind of what we get. So, yeah.
And so, can I ask one more thing, Z? Thank you for calling her Z, so that I can call her.
Z, I don't know why I started calling you that.
Go for it. This is the Q&A. That's what we're here for. So okay. People are going to learn.
Yeah. So I think so many times people know what they know how to do. As you said earlier, when we were talking about guiding people to the person who can answer questions that they don't know about. But people have an idea about what they want to do in business. they start the business, and it can feel so overwhelming. How can you help to ease that feeling and bring them to, like, okay, so go ahead, you make the donuts, and then I'm going to help you make sure that your donuts get into the hands of those that need to consume it. Which I don't know anybody that needs to consume a donut. I don't even know why I said that. Because I'm fasting and I don't know. But
for helping people release that overwhelm and get to whatever that result is. Maybe it's not done. Maybe it's, let's say, meal prepping, because I really need to be meal prepping. Okay, and listen to you, Crystal. I was like, let me do better there. But what I do is I really actually just walk people through the first C that I mentioned before, which is clarity. It's figuring out what's actually going on in your everyday life. What are you actually doing? What's the goal that you say that you want? And then what's the real goal behind that? And I just start there. Because to me, that helps us understand what our current foundation is. So that way we can either rebuild that foundation or build on top of it, depending on what's going on. Because maybe that foundation is solid enough. And then what you're building on top of it is a bit more of an issue. Like too much technology, you overhired, you're going in all these different directions, right? But we just need to simplify it all. Take it back, take it back to the old school and do it that way, and then build up from there. But sometimes we need to rebuild the foundation where, what are you actually in business for? What are you actually trying to do? Like, not like, I want to make 7 figures. Okay, everybody wants to do that, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but what are you doing this for? So to give you an example, like, of course, I want to get to the point of making 7 figures, but my real goal is actually just to retire my parents. That's what I want to do. Above nothing else is above that for me right now. It's retiring my parents. It's setting up a foundation so that way, whenever I do have children, I can be as present for them as possible. Because that matters to me. And that's my like non-money related goal. That's what I'm doing all this for. I don't really care if I need to get to 7 figures to get there. I might be able to get there with just making $500,000. I'm happy. I'm happy with that. So understanding what our real, that's why I harp on a lot, the real destination, where we really doing this for. And then it works backwards. So like, if I want to be really, really present for my children and whatnot, then does it actually make sense for me to make a $10 million company? Or like 100 million or like $1 billion? People are like, I want $1 billion. You really want that? Because that's a lot of work. Like this doesn't get less stressful. It gets more stressful. That's just the life that you want to live, though. It depends on what you want to do. And then once we know what we're really doing this for, then we do what's called reverse engineering, or just working backwards. That's a big word, reverse engineering. It's just working backwards from there. So if you want to be the number one author in or the number one authority in this space, because that's what you really, really care about. You want to be number one. You want to be on stages. You want to do that. Boom, that's what you want to do, because you feel so deeply about this, because you want to spread the word and the knowledge that you have to help people improve their lives. Okay, how do we want to get there? Are we speaking, right? Are we having a huge online coaching program? Are we working with people directly? Or maybe you need to really do group coaching instead of doing one-on-one, because one-on-one takes a lot of time. You could do it, but it takes a lot of your own personal time. Maybe that means we have to do a group coaching program. If you do group coaching, that changes your marketing. That changes the automation and the technology behind it, right? Because now the service and the end goal is different. Or maybe you just want to do corporate coaching and you just want to go to businesses and go the corporate route. You can do that too, but that also changes the marketing. That may mean less social media stuff and more going out to networking in person, or going to bigger conferences where corporate professionals are going to be at and networking with them. You can do that without doing anything social media wise at all. That requires a different foundation. So to making sure I'm answering your question correctly, to release the overwhelm, to me, overwhelm comes from not having a clear idea of what we're doing this for, and our actions not actually aligning with what we say what we want. I think that's where a lot of overwhelm comes from. Would you agree? Because I think that's more, again, I know what I know and I know what I don't know.
But you touched on something that I think maybe, Z, that's another conference that you can do, See Life Different. Because what we see, if you're on social media, it is gearing you towards social media. When in fact, there are so many government contracts that people can get. And having worked in government before, hearing the reasoning, we can't find minority contractors for a particular area. And in this area of technology, what are the opportunities for women like you and Z in the government, within government, and being able to do the work that you do, so that so you can hit those numbers a lot faster with a government contract and eliminate that reason. So, because have you done any government work?
I haven't.
Yeah.
It'd be great though.
Yeah.
Hey.
I think we need to put our heads together about that and bring some people who can speak about helping women align themselves to be the recipients of government contracts. Yay. What do you think, Z?
I love how you're taking Z.
Well,
I love that, honestly.
Well, yeah. Well, you didn't get to hear me mess her name up so much in the first few weeks of us knowing each other. I think I was hearing something and saying something else, and she was hearing it. But Z, I got that. I learned that in first grade, so I got that.
Oh my goodness.
So I got the Z part. But the other thing, as we're sitting here talking, what kind of recommendation do you have, or that you've implemented, to make sure that you are collaborating with other like-minded sisters in this realm of helping entrepreneurs?
Oh wow, I'll say this. That is something I'm actually working on more. I'm on my laptop right now. I'm an implementer. So like I do this every day, which makes it makes me have to go out of this zone in order to collaborate and talk to people and just kind of get out of my little bubble, which is me and all my computer monitors. But in order to actually go out there, it's going to conferences. It's also just kind of putting yourself out there and leveraging social media for what it is, which is a show. It's a highlight reel, and it's also just talking to people. It's conversations. That's how I even knew about this event, was online, and Z invited me to it. And I was like, absolutely, sure. Why not? And it's also going in person to different events. And that doesn't mean, always having to fly out, but there's a lot of stuff that just happens in your city, and just making the attempt to be out there and then you'll get known as somebody who goes to these events. And then what happens is, it's not so much as who you know, but who knows you. And we will be surprised at the people who know of us because they've seen us, or there's been smaller conversations where there's a mutual person, somebody else who's seen you has talked about you to somebody else. And they're like, oh, that sounds cool. Let me reach out to her. And that's just how relationships work. So it's just kind of going out your comfort zone, going into different online spaces, but even more than that, going into offline spaces, which has been a bit more of my priority. So that way I can get more comfortable tapping into the extroverted side of myself, which doesn't really exist, but we're going to try to see what she got going on, because it's important. If you can be in person as much as possible, that's where relationships are anyway. And it's a really good advantage because most people aren't doing that like that. When you have online internet and the metaverse, it's like, why go outside? I can order my groceries. I can do everything in this place, so taking that next step to actually go out of here and meet people in person, and you get such a bigger connection in such a shorter amount of time by just doing that. It's amazing. Yeah.
Well, thank you for me. Thank you. I look forward to connecting with you afterwards to see how we can bring this message of peace and healing through forgiveness to the world.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that. Just let me know.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Z, for letting me be a part of it.
Thank you. And I think we're going to go around and provide a circle of love for everyone. And I'm going to start with Kadira because that's kind of what it looks like. It's me, Kadira, then Pamela. So I want to offer a circle of love to Kadira for stepping outside of her comfort zone and maintaining a level of excitement. And that excitement translates into the passion that you have and the women that you serve, the minority owned businesses that you serve. And when you keep doing that, when you keep showing up, you will fulfill your purpose.
Well, thank you kindly. I appreciate that so much.
Okay, next is
Thank
Kadira
you.
to Pamela. Or me, whichever one.
Oh, okay. You know what? Because I was waiting and they're like, wait a second, what am I doing? So I'll say this to you, Z. I'm still calling you Z. I appreciate just overall you creating a space and a platform for us to even show up and be able to provide to your audience and providing to anybody who's either watching live or watching the replay. Because it takes a lot to do this. It takes a lot to do this. It takes a lot to coordinate between people, coordinate between everybody else behind the scenes that not all of us see. And so this has been a beautiful experience for you to take this time to do that. Is wonderful, and I appreciate your time and your energy in this. And I'm looking forward to, the next one that you do. And just, I hope you receive everything that you need that allows you to take this and make it bigger, make it better, bring in more people, longer, whatever it looks like. I'm looking forward to that growth, and I already am thanking you for what you create next.
Ditto. And as the senior of the group, and I started a program called Sisters of Wellness, Sewing into the Next Generation. I am so impressed and so encouraged by all of you ladies. And as you said, Z putting together what she has done. Kay.
Hilarious.
Kadira, I'm so impressed with your courage and your determination that I'm going to have a gig, whether you hire me or not. I'm going to have a gig, and perhaps some of these places that you applied to will someday be your clients. And the fact that you stepped out in the way that you did, I pray that it will continue to encourage other young people to do that. You may have a college degree or not, but you have the greatness in you to create the success and wealth that was afforded you, and your name was on it before the foundation of the world.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. Praise be to God.
Great. Okay. And so now Kadir will go to Pamela, and then I'll go to Pamela. And then that'll do it.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm sorry. Well, Pamela, I really appreciate your questioning coming up and really like pulling out of me what I think is even more valuable than whatever presentation I had. Because it was real life, and even you and your breathing exercises, I was popping in and I was listening. And even your exercises that you were doing throughout the session and what you talked about in terms of like mindset is actually way more valuable than I think a lot of people realize. Because the mind is everything, and being able to rest yourself and being able to bring yourself at ease when life is full of conflict. That's the point of it. Life is full of drama and whatever it is. You have to learn how to take yourself out of that. And so I love what you're sharing. I love what you're sharing in terms of forgiveness, forgiving ourselves, forgiving our past, forgiving, just being able to move forward, not because it's for the other person, but it's for us. So I enjoy that message. I love that. And so I'm looking forward to what more you provide this world and your message that you have for everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Pamela, I want to thank you for no matter what went left leading up to this event, that you would recenter the peace, recenter the purpose, recenter the focus, and remind me of love and that you are love. So thank you.
Um,
Thank you. Um, I our other friend is not here, but I will say that the energy that and the knowledge and the wisdom that she was able to bring to us about the significance of the plate and what we put in, what we put on the plate, that we put in our bodies, and how it impacts us mentally, physically, and spiritually. And her being in on her journey and being a new mom and still not allowing that to be the excuse that I can't go and do the physical activities, and I can't do the extra work in preparing to make sure that I keep myself healthy. As we hear all the time when we're on the plane, they tell you to put the mask on your face first, making sure that she's healthy. And so that's very encouraging for me, that we all have to make sure that we take care of this vessel, the first gift that we're given, and then the breath. We got the vessel and then the breath. And so it's our responsibility to take care of it. And so I appreciate the sister reminding us, and hope that whoever might be joining in now will go back and look at the full 4 hours of this, because very, very powerful.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to fully close out and want to thank every single person for being here, for listening, for receiving what it is that you needed to receive, for taking that action and seeing life differently. So your next action is, you have several options. One, definitely get in touch with all of the speakers. Okay, get in touch with every single one of them, and you can definitely do that by first going to zakirahmuhammad.com/see life different, and on that page you'll have all the information you need to, one, get access to all the information that was shared today, and two, find out where we're headed to next. This is the second one and not the last one. And you definitely need to reach out to us to let us know what your favorite parts were. Let us know what your favorite parts were. And I want to thank you also for joining me, especially if you are watching on March 11th, for joining me on what I have declared since March 11th, 2020, I Love Zaakirah Day. I want to thank you for joining the See Life Different movement. Whether you're starting with the book, by getting the book, Seeing Life Through a Different Lens, a survivor's memoir, or AKA a positive guide for advocating for yourself, and understanding the power of community and understanding the power of advocacy. And definitely continue listening to the podcast. The podcast has over 100 episodes. 100 episodes. Yes, you said it. And there's so many of them for you to choose from. So also support the podcast by picking an episode on nutrition, on wellness, on marketing, on mindfulness, and see life differently. My purpose is for you to empower yourself to step outside of your comfort zone and live that creative life that you have been daydreaming about since you were 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13 years old. And I want you to reach out to us and let us know that you've taken action, even the smallest action. Okay? So be sure to continue to follow all of us on social media. Watch this replay, share this with people that you know could benefit from it. And I want to thank you for being here and seeing life differently. So I can't wait to see you at the next one. And definitely be sure to follow all of us on social media. Tag us at See Life Different, hashtag See Life Different Summit. And we will see you next time.